when I got it, and like some of the renditions and that weren't in the light or like in studio light, I didn't really like. But then getting the jacket, it's really high quality. So I think that stuff like it'll be fine.
Yo, people are worried about shoes, but have they ever tried having a roof that's leaking while the rain's pouring? Like, talk about a rug, boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, who gives a shit about some shoes? Go get yourself a leaky roof. Then
Dude,
talk to me about rug.
the bridge to our house, they say it's going to be flooded over and you can't access our neighborhood in the next 2 hours.
Who needs a neighborhood? Am I right? Like, who needs a house?
Yeah, bro, I'm
We
moving to Scotland. Let it go. Just give me the insurance money.
we have Web3 things to complain about. Who cares about the in real life stuff? Dude, I literally just got off the roof. I had to put like a bunch of like I had my artifact hoodie on, so I had to put some like dirty clothes on. I had to climb on the roof. It's dark out and pouring rain, and I had to put tarps up there because I don't know exactly where the leak's coming from, but we got tarps up there now.
Is it?
Dude, I'm not even going to wear a jacket right now because the one that I put in my closet was gray. And when I went back, it was kind of this dope baby blue. So I'm pissed. I'm not even going to wear jackets anymore.
I mean, who honestly, who needs a jacket? You know what I'm saying? That's like that's where I'm at with it, right? Especially in Utah. It's burning up over there.
Bro, it is raining so freaking hard. I'm like, we just installed this sump pump in our backyard and it keeps turning on and kicking out all this water in one part of our yard and chucking it to the other side of the yard so it can be my neighbor's problem. So I think I'm good and I can leave to Scotland now. Deep, I dig your box. Wait, which box did you
I
get? That's a
Yeah,
knight,
I got
right?
I got a knight. I decided to not be a flower anymore and just be a box. You know, a
Is it
monolith.
random?
It's not monolith though, but it's a box.
It's pretty cool.
Dude, it's hashtag not a monolith.
Let's shape it exactly like a monolith and then remove the vowels from the collection. Call it heavy metal with no vowels and then have a bunch of issues with it right off the bat just to act exactly like a monolith.
You know what's funny? When I saw that it was heavy metal, I'm like, are they copying Artifact? Like, actually, it's just too close. It's too similar. Are they
Where
sampling or what's going on?
everything else is just doesn't have vowels.
So I got pretty rugged by it in the beginning. So I revealed my so anybody else who has been watching this or is involved in it, Deep, you probably know. It was done by not by your tier pass, it was done by your score, right?
Yep.
So I got 2 night boxes as well. Thank you, Demi. Um, but then it showed that glitch box only had 200, so it showed that it was the second rarest. So my dumbass goes in there and grabs one of those, and then I realized, oh no, these all have super gnarly scores on them. So I sell it, but then I went and got the what was it, the bio box that I think is going to have better rarity because it had much higher scores, but it was on the floor because everybody was revealing those in the beginning. So I think I'll make out okay in the end, but I got pretty rugged. So I'm going to hit the timeline and just FUD everything right now because then they had to remove all the companions because it wasn't showing up on some, it was showing up on others. People were trying to buy them. So then they removed the companion trade off of it completely, and then they're going to try to fix it. But, there you go. So ain't nobody perfect.
No, dude. I want consistency across the board. For all you clones that like to FUD Artifact, I better equally see you FUDding Azuki and Yuga when they have a mess up. Like, make it equal. You know what I mean? Like, I don't own any Azuki, right? So maybe I should go to the timeline and just start FUDding things. Like, I'm seeing people that are FUDding, they don't even have clones. They don't even have anything in the ecosystem. No skin in the game. Let's just FUD it, dude. So
Dude, I have manufactured products for almost 20 years. Every time I give somebody their first sample, bro, they get pissed. They want to cancel everything. I can't believe it. They flip out. That's why today I turned it off. I was like, bro, I sold that company. I did not come onto Twitter to hear the same story from people that have no clue what they're talking about. So I flipped it off for a couple hours because seeing that alien jacket, I actually now want it. I didn't like the other version, but this one I can see what it's going to look like on a human. So I'm stoked for them to throw the pictures out. it was interesting. We want more transparency. We want them to be more open. So we get these leak videos and stuff that Artifact doesn't need to put out. But as soon as they put it out, all of a sudden everybody just unzips and starts pissing on everything. It was crazy.
Are we just getting it worse because that's what my timeline's full of, just a bunch of babies? Or is it like, what about the 10 KTF? Like, that shit just went right under the radar, dude. Like I didn't go to the timeline saying anything about the 10 KTF because I didn't get none of it, right? But for some reason, people who bought none of this Artifact shit are on the timeline flooding it. It just makes no sense. You got no skin in the game. Like, let the people who got it enjoy it. I get it if you're not happy with something you did buy, but like, none of these people actually have some of this shit, man. They just are just talking shit.
Dude, we sexy, and it's sexy to FUD sexy. So that's what it is.
I see the
Yo,
same thing with like doodles. I look at their tweets and like the people complaining under the tweet aren't even doodles, and all the doodles are just like happy and shit. I'm like, what's going on here? Why do these people care so much if they're not in the system, right?
Dude, I wrecked everybody with that tweet today.
The socks one. Are you talking about the socks one?
The one where I just basically called out all the people that are fighting.
Oh, okay.
no, I mean, I want to be honest. Like, I didn't notice it until today that a lot of the people that were the loudest didn't even have clone PFPs. Like, I do like the Azukis, but a lot of them were Azukis. I don't know if they're X clones that are just bitter or not, but it was like, whoa, bro, like, you have a lot to say for someone who's not doing anything to support in any way. You know what I mean? Like, you're only really loud when there's negative things to say, but what about like the positive? Like, where are you at then? So I noticed that today, if anything. But then we got Jace and Demi, and I did see a lot of apes like in full blown support, bro. Like, there were a couple loud apes, but for some reason the apes just they liked a lot of the shit, bro.
Demi, were you in that space today that Nana and Baron threw up?
Yeah, I was there.
Dude, it was a dope space, right? They're like, bro, it doesn't matter if you've got a kennel club, if you just came on board with a sewer pass. It doesn't matter, man. You're here. We're doing this. Like, it was a dope space. I think they needed to do more of those. They're great spokespeople. Anyways, from the community, man. I actually really liked that space. It was pretty dope.
Yeah.
Nana, Baron, bro, yeah.
Baron and Nana always kills it, man. Like, even their other space, I always tune into that.
Yep. It's on Thursday. It's tomorrow. They talk about Other Side, Jason. I usually go to that one. It's, every Thursday, Other Space FM.
Man, I wish I had all this time. I keep trying. But I will be driving tomorrow for hours on end, so so I will have time. This is what I do when I drive. I tune in.
Where are you driving to?
So we're literally, our house is done, and we are driving up to Salt Lake. We'll be up there for the weekend, and then we hop on our flight to Scotland.
Wait, bro, you're leaving that soon? You're not gonna play and say what's up to me and Dre like one last time? Like, I don't get it.
No, I know. I don't get it either, man. It's like my wife and kids are important. It's super weird.
Okay. You got me there, bro. I can't even argue with that. You got my ass. Dude, everybody just invite anybody who wants to FUD and they want to just let their shit out. Like, invite them in here, dude. All those Discord mongrels. I was in the Discord earlier, bro, and this one guy kept talking shit about the Air Forces, and I said, "Which ones do you have? Like, which ones did you get? Which ones which ones do you have coming?" But he wouldn't answer me. He didn't have anything coming. He just was like in there specifically. He would answer anybody else, but I asked him like 3 times, which Air Force do you have coming? And he would just skip right over my question. So it's like people who don't even have the shit coming that just jump in the Discord. Invite them in here, dude. Like, let them talk sneakers with Dre. Yeah, tell anybody who's a sneaker specialist to come in here and talk with Dre. See how they do on live audio. That would be funny. Like, come tell us how mad you are live to people who understand the business. Come tell them how business works to Jace, and then tell them how sneakers are supposed to work to Dre. And I'll just sit here and just laugh.
Yeah, dude, I destroyed everybody in my comments, bro. Like, I was like, dude, you guys don't know shit about fucking streetwear and fucking sneakers. Get the fuck out of here.
Demi went in the Discord today so mad. It was so funny. And I'm like, I love seeing it. Like, Demi's passionate now. He's like, I'm tired of seeing these people budding Artifact. Demi hasn't got his clone yet, but he's like protective of the homies right now. I love it. He called
Yeah,
me today. He goes, I'm buying a clone, bro. Like, this FUD is the perfect time to capitalize on this shit.
that and like it's just they're shitting on fucking the sneakerhead game, you know. It's like, and I'm passionate about that shit too. So when they were fighting about like the was it demons that weren't looking the same, and guess what? Fucking Zabita fucking tweeted out like, "Yo, these are samples. We're gonna put in the lookbook exactly how I said in my tweet." Like that's how every streetwear company is ran. And even when you run shoes, man, you run like so many fucking lines of samples, and then you finally get to the final product. That's how it is. It's like people are tripping just because I guess the communication was just not there. Like they should have said that shit from the get go, but then at least like they actually, you know, they fucking came through with it. So
I like the communication too, though. Like when like people were fighting it, like they showed more pictures and like they they were more communicative uh with like the process today at least.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
laid them all out and did a video. They look so good in that video, bro. He's got all the samples there. He goes, check them out. Like, now what? I actually like the demons more now after watching that video, and I didn't like them before. But now
I
they look.
agree.
I still don't like them. Sorry, guys.
Speaking of demon, we got Tevi coming up.
Tevington, what's good? Tevington.
And
Man, I have to eat my words, okay? I was probably the biggest closet fodder of those demon ones. And I'm pretty sure I talked smack to friends IRL about the demon ones. And then Zap did the video today and showed them. And I was like, man, I'm disappointed in myself for doubting and not buying them. So
I turned off Twitter because I was so disappointed in you, bro. I was like, I'm off Twitter, bro. Tevington's. I'll let this guy come back and apologize first.
man, I mean, okay, you know what? And I gotta call out Dre because Dre likes the Murakami hat.
Wait, before you do this, sit in the couch, lean back, and tell us how you really feel.
No, I feel good about
We're
it.
here for
I'm
you.
good now. I'm good. But I think I actually appreciate everyone who let me vent a little bit in the Bad Take chat earlier today. I'm typically pretty laid back, but I don't know, man. Like, and I get it, right? So let me start by saying that I get they 100%. Not everyone understands how this works, and not everybody understands design process, whether it's with manufacturing, shoes or any product for that matter, right? Depending on what your day job is, you probably get it. You might have a business background like I do, and you get that stuff. But if you don't, and you've never managed anything, you've never ran any kind of enterprise, you have no business sense, then yeah, this stuff does not make sense. It's not common knowledge. So I get that. So yeah, would it have been appreciated if Zap and team came out earlier on and said, hey, this is how this works. What you're seeing is not necessarily going to be how it looks in the end. There might be some variations. Yeah, that would have been appreciated. I mean, I don't know how many people in here have bought a car before or have seen cars in concept mode versus the final release. They don't look the same. They change things, they change buttons, all that stuff, right? So all that is pretty common, but it feels like when Web3 rolls up and these NFT projects, like people feel like, what I see and what I hear on day one has to be exactly that, and everything else goes out the window. So yeah, it get to me today, right? Because I'm sitting here, I'm like, man, where's common sense? Where's common sense? But then I got to take a step back and realize that, yeah, not everybody knows this, and it does help. But the reality, in my mind, this is just my opinion, a lot of these things glowed up. Like, the demon ones, man, like I said, I feel I'm eating my own words right now because I was dogging them for the longest time. Feel like maybe I want to buy one now, but I probably won't because I have enough shoes. I don't need more. But like the angels, they look a lot better. The angels look a lot better. Like a lot of the colors are more vibrant. Um, the reptiles, we went through what 3 iterations, and they still look fire. So I'm happy about that. The only thing I think that doesn't look right now is that Murakami hat. Like that just if that's how it looks, man, Dre, you can have all of them. Like that's
Give me one of those too, though.
I
See, here's
got you.
the issue. I watched Shrek, whenever Shrek first came out, and I was super pumped. And then I went to Universal Studios. Bro, Shrek scared the hell out of me. So I asked for a refund. I went to the newspaper. I was like, bro, Shrek IRL, bro, ain't nothing on Shrek in the show. The textures were all off. I'm gonna turn off my mic. It sucked.
No, that was pretty good. That was pretty good.
yeah,
But
but
no, am I the only one who actually likes the hat? Like I
yeah,
like the rendering of the hat, the NFT rendering, right? Because it really reminded me of the Kendrick Lamar Nike collab that they had. They had for Damn, the album Damn, and they had really fire Nike apparel that went along with that collab, right? That's when he dropped the Cortezes, he dropped some hoodies, he dropped a hat and some other stuff. But all of the apparel was fire. The quality was crazy. And that it looked just like the hat that's in the NFT version of the season 1 merch. But this hat looks more dad hattish, right? But it to me, yeah, the border of the emblem is thicker. But I was like, damn, that almost looked better. That's almost cool, right? But then everybody shot it down. No, no,
Nah,
no, no,
that's
no.
some middle of the mall shit, bro.
I mean, I guess it's just me. You know what I'm
dude,
saying?
honestly, Dre, like that hat, like I said, I guess I'm gonna fud because I'm gonna fud a little bit the hat. That hat looks like honestly, that is the like I said, that's the out of everything, that's the one thing I don't like. And right, the only reason why I'm not gonna go too hard on it is because um it might not be the final product, right? And at the end of the day, these are not potentially not the final product. So I think we got to keep that in mind. But if again, when we saw the render for the hats, they look super sleek. And like they're just gonna fit nice, and I think of those hats that are, I don't even know what the right name for them are, but like they they don't have a strap on them, right? They just fit your head, they're right sized and everything, and they're super sleek. And I'm like, I don't really like hats, but I would wear that. um and and so I got a couple of hats, the regular Genesis one, and I got one for my dad. But when I saw the Murakami and the print on it, I was like, man, that is a big departure from what it is, and it looks wrinkly and frumpy, and I don't know, I just don't like it. But I mean, it's gonna work for some people, but I personally don't like it. Now, if I get that, would I be like super mad? No, I mean, I will actually just hang it on the wall because I think it's still kind of cool, right? Like first hat, but it's not something I would rock.
What's crazy, Tevi, is I was making this whole, gosh, what is it? I don't know, 8th or 9th season. And they told me they wanted this dad hat. And I looked it up and I was like, bro, you don't want a dad hat. Ain't nobody want a dad hat. You guys are off in some, but they have I think it's 4 million follower Instagram. And they said, no, man, that's what we want. And I was like, pull your audience, watch this. So they did 3 different hat choices. Their audience is much younger than me, probably much hipper than I am. And bro, it was like 65%, I think it was, wanted what you called the frumpy dad hat versus kind of our era with the flat build, snap back with nice hybrid. Anyways, dude, it blew my mind. I ate my words so hard on that one. And so I'm not my style so much, But bro, these like looser dad hats they're a thing, man. I kept sending one back to the hundreds 3 times. Like, bro, it's wrinkly, it's nasty. And then finally they called me and they're like, Jace, that's the style of the hat. And I'm like,
That's how we make it.
come on.
No,
But
Yeah,
no,
I
but
mean, like
Yeah,
I
anyways,
said, it's gonna be interesting when they come out IRL, right? And we actually see what they finally look like. But I just can't get with it, like
dude,
with that
Tevin,
with the hat.
I
I got
feel
a
you.
bunch of messages asking me if I was gonna make a bad take dad hat like that, bro. Like they say, oh, I don't wear snapbacks, but I do wear dad hats if you make them. Like multiple people message me. What it
That's
looks like in
different
the
though.
NFT is like a dry fit Nike golfing hat
Right.
when it
Yep.
came out, like you know those dry fit hats that Nike
Yep.
has.
Yeah,
That's what it looks like in the NFT, and then
I agree.
out was the
exactly.
dad
Right.
hat, but I prefer the dad hat look over the dry fit. I just think they need to lighten the border of the black
I mean, I like them
on the
both,
border.
man. The dry fit hats, they're more of a harder construction to them, right? They're not easily bent up or wrinkly. They have more of a shape to your head. Like they look crisp, they look clean. But I can also dig this dad hat as well. And what I'm saying about what I like more is the insignia, like the actual symbol, like it being thick around the edges like that, pause, it doesn't really bother me. You know what I mean? I think it almost looks better. But there was a lot of variations that we saw when it came to the actual merchandise, the samples of the merchandise compared to the NFTs. Like I was talking about this for a long time when it came to the sneakers. Certain sneakers had like see-through opaque kind of paneling on the sides of the sneakers. The angels, the aliens, the robots. Um, they had like
I don't think the robots are see through.
look on the NFT and watch them rotate around. You can actually see through. It's not
The angels and the alien, yes, but not the robot. The robot all along was not see through.
look, check it again. I just looked at it.
All
They
right, let me
they
go look
and
at
it
it.
surprised me again, but they changed that on the sample. I don't know if that's a final change or are they going to go back to it. I don't know how it's going to work, but that was one difference. But I'm not mad at it, right? Either or, it's still dope to me. Um, the metallic look on the reptile, it looked more like a shiny metallic, like something that reflected light back off the sneaker, right? Like a metallic green, bright green in the NFT and even with the AR version. But when they showed the sample today, it gave off, he said, a different type of upper. It didn't look like that, but to me, it was like, damn, that's still dope. So my point of me saying that is, yeah, there are different variations. And Tevi made a great point talking about concept cars until the actual final release of the final version of the vehicle. But it don't mean that it's trash. And I don't think it deserved all of this flack that it got today. I don't think it deserved all of this FUD. And it was kind of amazing because we saw this stuff on Monday, right? Tuesday, whatever that was. And then today, everybody's like, oh no, it's trash now. We had 48 hours and I'm pissed about it. This is some bullshit. I'm like, damn, what happened on Monday and Tuesday? Everybody was cool. Remember, I came to bed taking ass, like, where's the FUD? And everybody's like, no, it was good. It was a great day today. I was like, oh shit, okay.
Bro, it
Here
takes
we
2
go.
days for the fun. People
Like,
have to
that's what I'm
sit and
saying.
think about it. They go, okay, you know what? Actually, let's
That's
cause some
some bullshit. You know what?
let's
That
cause some
this
shit.
sucks.
I'm mad about something, and I
This
want to tell the
sucks.
timeline how mad I am.
And tell everybody, fuck this. Nah, man, it's weird. That's wild to me. But that's what I'm saying. It has to do with other factors, like the floor price. Like I said this before, when we actually did the filming for Bridezilla's for when my wife and I, and the type of drama that they wanted to spark up for that reality TV show. They was like, we need it to be something that people can speak about around what they call it, their break time, their smoke breaks. They need to have something to talk about because when people are living in those type of dire situations, they want to see somebody else doing worse than they are. That's just basic human psychology. When they feeling like they down in something, they want to see somebody else doing worse. So they can talk shit about those people, right? And it's the same situation here. I think people are just looking for something to talk shit about. Like, yeah, oh no, it's a bear market, everything. People feel some type of way. And honestly, the planetary alignment of how things were these last couple of days, it sparked up a lot of negative feelings, a lot of fog in the brain, a lot of just negativity, period. So it just makes sense for it to spill out like this, because people don't really even give a fuck for real. They just want to have something to talk about, fingers to point, and spit on somebody else. Like, that's just where we are.
But Dre, you know what I'm gonna say though. Like the one good thing out of this is a couple of months back, I asked Zap, I put the tweet up and asking for close-ups of the Air Force Ones. I didn't get anything. I asked again not too long ago on one of the picks, and I didn't get anything. But this FUD though, like people, ranting and getting upset, we get like a nice, cool video out of it.
Right.
And there was a little preview of the reptile shirt too on the bottom on one of the tweets. So I mean, there's good things coming out of it, right? They're adapting. They're talking about bringing more people into the process moving forward. Even like Benoit's tweet, which I thought was actually pretty good. Kind of talking through that and saying, like, yeah, we'll bring more of the behind the scenes. So I think as tiring, and that's the word I'm using, tiring, and as it is, it is helping make the change, right? Like they're taking it, they're rolling with it. I just hope, honestly, that all this doesn't like demoralize the founders and the Artifact team overall, right? Because I keep going back to this. At the end of the day, I'm gonna venture and say that none of the founders need to keep doing this.
Right.
Like they could
contractually they do. I'm sure Nike's got them on a multi.
Yeah. Contractually, they probably have X amount of time that they have to go for, right? And after that, they can bounce if they wanted to. And I don't know the ins and outs of it, but obviously they just get acquired, so there's that vesting period. But after that, they can bounce. And the last thing, like the people that are like the most upset about everything and seem to have an opinion about everything, and they can always do it better than the people doing it. That are holding a lot of these assets or some of these assets. If the core team goes and it gets turned over to Nike or some other team or whatever, that would be detrimental potentially to them the most. So, I just want people to like take a step back and really think about, because it's easy behind a screen or a microphone, right? To just sit there and spit, just fire and rancid stuff and just be nasty as hell. But again, you're not doing it. You bought into their vision, right? Like if you don't like it, you can build your own vision, but you bought into their vision. Hopefully the assets are helping you achieve your own vision, right? And I think people, at this point, I would love people to like really think through their decisions before they buy into it, because it's going to be a bumpy road, I think, for a little while longer. But again, the positive thing that comes out of this is they are making the adjustments sometimes on the fly. Like I'm pretty sure Zap went and just recorded that video. Like that wasn't something that they had ready to go, right? So, took that. So real time, made the edit, talk through it. And so I appreciated that. And I think that came out of, people talking today and the last couple of days. So there's some good stuff there. It's just, I just don't like how it's coming across, I guess is my big problem.
I hate the fact that the people who deal with, like the community leaders, like the Anyas, the Kazas, that they have to get the residuals of everything that's pouring down from all of these fudders hitting the founders, right? Because I met up with Kaz. We went to go look at a venue today, and I could just see it in him when I saw him immediately. Like, oh, you feeling it today, huh? And he was like, oh man, it's like, damn, it's just shitty to see that those people have to go through all of it. And that's what I said to him. I'm like, I'm not even on the team, right? We just in a bad take chat, and I'm frustrated, and I'm tired, and I'm drained, sick of talking to these people about this bullshit. I can only imagine how you guys feel. And it just sucks because, especially like Anya, who's out here in the trenches with us every single day, taking down these notes, showing us love, giving us positivity, like backing us up. But then these random assholes who come out of nowhere who just want to talk shit around the water cooler come in and just try to destroy morale. Like, I think that's the most fucked up part about it all.
You know what I think it is like when like for example in sports when a team is winning like no one really talks about the problems, right? It's when the team's losing everyone talks about the problems. It's because of the floor price. If people like people are over invested, right? They need to look in the mirror and like if this isn't right for you, just get out, sell. You know what I mean? It's more they need to reflect on themselves and their own decisions because they're just fudding to drive to get them to drop something really like grand, I guess, to increase the floor price. That's what I think.
I mean, I think if the floor price, and I said this in a group, if the floor price was at a higher height, at a higher set point, this wouldn't even be a problem. I said this to Cass today. This wouldn't be an issue. They would be loving this shit. Oh, it's different from what I saw before, but it still looks great. I love it. Let's keep it going. But it's like I said, it's the sentiment of where we are. In the bear market, everybody was upset. Things will become more complicated, more convoluted, and people want to complain about stuff just so because of where we at. But if it was in a different time with a different floor price, it'd be a different sentiment. Most definitely.
I think it's like if someone likes you, they're more willing to have your back. You know what I mean? Like you could fuck up, but if somebody likes you, they'll be like, well,
Yeah.
like that sometimes. And I just think that the sentiment isn't there for people wanting to like Artifact to have their back
Yeah.
because they don't feel like they've been heard. And I don't think that has to do with the floor price. I think a floor price is a reflection of that. But yeah, I mean, if you feel like you're not heard or and all that stuff repeatedly over and over, like people are going to stop fucking with you, and then they're just gonna get mad at everything that they normally wouldn't get mad at. I will say, I mean, there are some good things that I like out of these clothes, but there are some things that I also think they will be way stronger designs without. Like I would say almost all of the Artifact like blades on the clothing are super hard. Like all
Yeah.
the blade designs are hard. And if they would have maybe stuck with just like a simple blade on the back or the front, like people would have a different look at it. Like if I saw somebody in public wearing a jacket that said alien really big on the back, I would think they were going the first day of kindergarten, you know. Um, but yeah, I just think it's people just don't like the brand right now in general.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And we had discussions about this as well. Like some of the designs, it just wasn't it for me. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't, a shirt with a big ass nut on it. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm cool off that. You know what I mean? It might be for somebody else. So I ain't gonna sit up here and talk shit. But for
I
me,
like it. I like
that's
it.
it. You know what I
I,
mean? Like, you know what I'm saying?
I know.
But
I know. Vega was actually mad about the nut on the front of the robot shirt. Like that was
bruh, we
like
had we had
way
some
back when it came out. But I'm like,
we
I
had some
actually thought it was
extensive
cool.
we had some extensive conversations about
Like
this
as
shirt with the nut on it in our CloneX LA group chat.
as somebody who likes to like wrench on cars and stuff, I was like, that's actually pretty cool. I like that. But again, you're right. It's gonna resonate with some and some it won't, and I think
Yeah,
that's fine.
100%.
That's such a crazy thing to think though. Like if you have to go that far into specifics to find somebody that would like it, like yes, maybe somebody that wrenches on cars would like this. What is the population of people that wrench on cars that buy high-end streetwear?
Yeah,
Hey,
Me.
I guess I'm gonna be the statistic in here.
I
wrench
mean,
on cars.
I'm not buying no nut hoodie, but I do wrench on cars and I do like high end fashion. But I ain't going to buy no nut hoodie. But Tevy better leave me with my dad hat.
Yeah, see,
Y'all
I
can have the dad hat all day.
yeah,
Kevin?
I'll take the dad hat over the nut hoodie anyway. But I ain't trying to fight. Just saying that it's different people who have different interests and that it will pique different people's interests depending on that person.
We should throw
Compound, will
it to
you turn that
Ilan.
into a
Wait.
meme?
We
Dude,
should
I'm
throw it to
trying
Ilan. Like he's
to.
been patiently waiting with his hand
Hey,
up.
wait. Tevi texted me in the group to tell me to call on Ilan. Sorry, and he's now interrupted like 6 times.
Because
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
trying to
trying to,
get you to
Tevi. I need you tell me to
to give
call
it
on
to
it.
Ilan.
Call on Ilan. But hold on, let me say one more thing. Call on Ilan. Hold on.
Y'all fucking wild, dude. Man, I I sort of agree with what Dre was saying. He always has some good takes in the bad take chat, and it's like, yeah, sure, people feel some kind of way, and people are sort of I mean, it's like it's a fucking cool thing in the space to shit on Artifact. I mean, to shit on anything. Like it's just the engagement farmers out there trying to shit on shit and farm engagement. But it just so happens that, you know, Artifact is the preferential fucking thing to shit on. And we saw the designs from the fucking jump, and I didn't, you know, like I wasn't vibing with any of it except the Murakami drip, which I bought. I bought the shirts, the long sleeves, the hoodie, and that's it. I wasn't vibing on those hats. I got a particular kind of hat that I like and wear. And
what's your hat,
ones,
Ilan? What's your hat, bro? We judge people by their headwear now. What's your hat,
oh,
bro?
I ain't even gonna say because y'all fucking shit on it.
Right, you gotta
we need to know. We gotta know this, bro.
So a few different, like I got a few different shits, but I'm kind of amongst my crew. Like people will always be stealing my hats, and I usually put a lot of time in them. Like I grew up in Middle America, so.
Are you delaying this? Are you delaying this?
No, man, I'll tell you straight up. Look, I got like my normal hat that I rock is like a super deep trucker. Like think 70s sort of vintage, hella deep, curved bill, snapback trucker. And
foam front
I have
or cotton?
No, yeah. Well, I have both, but usually cotton because the cotton will wear in a little bit better and form to your head a little bit better when you like.
All right, you can stay on stage.
I'm about to
you
say,
can
I
stay
can
on
fuck with
stage,
that.
bro.
I can
Yeah,
fuck
you
with
can
that.
stay.
Yeah, but I also have like straw hats. Like I have Ecuadorian hats that I wear whenever I fucking go to the beach and shit. Like I like hats that kind of sort of form fit to your head. I got a cowboy hat that I wear sometimes.
You like has some personality. I fuck with it.
Man. Yeah, like you wear them and they fit to your, and they just like mold to your head after a while, and they got like tales and stories to them.
Yeah,
and so the dad hat never really was my vibe. Like, you know, I would wear a dad hat over my eyes and take a nap, and that's about it.
Would you wear Vega's hat that he's wearing right now? If you look up at his BFP, would you rock that?
No, I know. I'm not a backward hat guy either. I never was, never could pull that look off, and so never did that. But you know, people came when they dropped the season, right? Everybody's like, "Oh, this is fucking garbage! Like, what is this reptile shirt? Like, this looks like kiddie pool shit." And so there was, I mean, like already this shit got fudded out, and now we're just gonna fucking rehash, like we're gonna do it all over again. It's like, just fucking give it a rest. Like, don't like it, don't buy it, move on.
Yeah.
And
can you say that louder? That needs to go louder, bro. Like for real though. Yeah, man.
Ilan, I didn't buy a single thing from season 1, so I'm not even gonna like talk about it up here. I just talk. This is like my problem. People who have already capitulated or left a project who stick around and linger just to talk shit about everything, bro. Like, move on. Quit trying to make everybody else's life miserable. Like, if you sold and you capitulated the bottom, I'm not gonna self-shame you. You don't see me on the timeline like making fun of you. Like, why are you sticking around to just shit on everybody else's? Like,
and it's the psychology, right? It's misery loves company, and it's like fucking just move on, dude. Like this space is only gonna succeed, you know, if we prop each other up, if we rely on each other to build each other up, to build these bonds, to push this space forward. And you know, social media, especially Web2 social media like Twitter, that is like, you know, farms outrage and pushes that in the algo, and you know, all engagement revolves around negative sentiment and FUD. It's like it's built in to this platform, and it's like, yeah, that's all you get all the time. But man, it's such a small, and I hope the founders you know, have the wherewithal to understand how this works. It's such a small percentage of the actual people who are in the project and give a shit, and that are like core members, that are not providing constructive feedback, that are just providing that wave of negativity that has no place. And you know, as you know, Randy was talking about it earlier, and that, I mean, you know, Randy is a unique guy, and like his role internal to Artifact and now external. He had a good take today with constructive criticism and feedback, and that's the whole fucking point. Like that's why we're here. And if the founders can take on board that constructive criticism, like they have been, like it was mentioned earlier. I think Teddy mentioned it. Like he was vibing with the fact that there was an immediate response from Z about how they looked, like how they actually looked. And I think that's fucking awesome too. I think that's great. And I mean, I think that's them being receptive, seeing, real honest feedback from members of the community that are like, I got this and it looks different. And it's like, yeah, well, let me let you peek behind the veil a little bit about this process, which nobody fucking really knows about except like actual insiders in the fashion industry, which most of us are not. It's important for the team to communicate those things, and they're on this kind of steep learning curve of how to fucking run a Web3 project that has been acquired by one of the largest fucking names in the world. And so, I mean, they had this niche product, right, in the beginning, and they had this grand vision, and that's great. Like, that's why we're all here. But actually, where the rubber meets the road is something entirely different. And so I hope that they can bring in some sort of middle managers that can sort of iron all that shit out. But I mean, that's like a fucking easy fix, right? Like that's so easy to do, especially when you're as well capitalized as a company as Artifact. So they need to know their wheelhouse and stay in their wheelhouse as sort of visionaries, and allow these sort of intermediaries or middlemen to push, I guess, these products. And that's not even why I'm in Artifact to begin with. Like this is kind of cool. Like I'm fucking stoked. I've worn my AR hoodie like the last couple of days in a row because it's been a little cold here on Charleston, and I love it. I love the weight of it. I love how warm it is. And that's why I bought the Murakami hoodies, because they look fucking dope as fuck. And I will wear them, and I bought what I liked, and I'm looking forward to getting them, you know what I mean? And but why I'm in Artifact full stop is like the vision of it, and the 3D avatars, and the lore. And I'm still like, I'm just chomping at the bit. I'm a patient motherfucker, but I'm chomping at the bit for that to start to roll out, this story mode to start to roll out more in earnest. And I know that like there will be a massive tie-in with all of this, with all of these clothes and inventory, and that's why I wanted to have a little bit of the the physical merch as well, because I don't want to be sitting around with a fucking empty inventory, right? Like as far as the NFTs and digital goods go, I need to fucking Murakami power up my jumps and shit or whatever the fuck we're gonna be doing. But that's kind of that's why I'm here. And I mean, I think that picking and choosing your battles is key, and not letting letting the inherent negativity of this space overwhelm your sentiment for your project is key as well. And I mean, that's where a space like this comes in handy, right? Like that's why we can come in here and be like, fuck the flutters, like this is fucking stupid, and we can talk it through in a rational way and re-energize one another about why we're here and why we want to stay here, and the longevity of this project, the youth of it, as it stands right now. And then of course, like, the sustainability of it, the resiliency of it, and the like why we're here for the long term. Because that's the crux, right? Like we're gonna be sticking around. We're gonna be chopping it up in a year's time, 2 years time. We're gonna be chopping it up down the line with one another. So far into the future that like we're gonna be looking back on this and just cracking up about how involved people got in something so minuscule in the grand scheme.
No, that's a fact. He dropped some bars right there. I wish we had the bam, 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 for real. No, that's all facts. You made a couple points. I should have been writing them down. I haven't been taking my notes, guys. I apologize. But they do. I think if they got people in the right places who understood these realms that they're diving in, not saying that they don't understand it, just saying like we know what they can do and how they handle it. That's the reason why we jumped into this project in the very beginning. So get some people in there who can necessarily knock the shit out when it comes to streetwear, or communicate to the community about streetwear. Like on some real shit, Zap shouldn't have to be the one to be like, yo, here go the samples, and we hear the foot, we see the shit. Let's clear this up real quick. Like it should be someone else who's in charge of all of that stuff who can go and knock it out. They are part of the community. They see people talking. They see shit rustling up. They can go out and put out the fire. The fire. Shut the fuck up. Here we go. You guys are upset about this. Let me explain that. You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't necessarily even have to go to them.
Yeah, I mean, I think calling in a favor too, like calling it because their their Rolodex is deep as
Right.
fuck, dude, and calling in a favor to somebody, a tastemaker in their Rolodex to be like, hey man, we need you to pop over to the
Yes.
warehouse or whatever and fucking show these things
Yes.
off real
Wear these
quick
on your
and just
IG.
blow motherfuckers'
Yes.
minds with that.
Yes. Man, matter of fact, Anya, OG, I see y'all down there. Tell the guys to hit me up, man. I'm here for you.
Hire Dre, hire
You
Dre.
know what I'm saying? We can knock this out the park. But anyway, Ilan, you keeping it real. That's 100% accurate. There was some other points I wanted to make, but it slipped my mind with me shilling myself. L, what's good?
Hey, good evening. Flowers to Ilan. I agree with everything he said, and my point kind of went the same. As I think it's a lot of that they just shouldn't be the ones delivering the pictures. They shouldn't be the one. They should just be the founders. They should step back and a little bit and let somebody else do the delivery. But I think, like for me, what people are missing the point of a lot of what Artifact is about as well is the digital clothing. Is for our clones to wear, and we're about to get this little app or website up where we're actually going to be able to put the outfits that we bought on our clones and change, from what I'm hearing, to change what our clones clothing is like. So basically I just think that that's being missed. Like people that bought the purple vest, yeah, it's cool to have one to match your clone, but I bought some of this stuff not because I want to personally wear it, because I want my clone to wear it. So I think that some of that is being missed by other communities, and even a lot of the Artifact community is these are digital clothing that we're buying. It's not just, for us to wear.
I'll tell you what I've worn consistently is this Bad Takes hat. I wore it for like 6 days in a row, bro.
Yo, nobody fudded the hat. Where's the fud at? Let's go.
Dude, that hat is hard, bro.
Hit
If
the
it's
time.
not, it's got a good shape to it. You know what I mean? It didn't do too much. It just says Bad Take on it. Yeah, man, I was out there wearing that.
Bro, no, I'm actually wearing one right now with the AR hoodie. The trick is don't have any pictures to even tease it, and don't know what it's gonna look like anyways. Like I didn't know what it was gonna look like. I made the logo in Photoshop and sent it to Jace, and he turned it into like Illustrator so that they could make a sewing pattern. And he sent me a picture of the sewing pattern, and that was what I had, right? No hat, nothing. And I
And it didn't look nothing like the IRL, dude. These stitches actually have like depth to them. I wasn't prepared for that, man. I threw that hat in the
I
toilet.
wasn't prepared for that. We got some more shit coming too, for real. Like if you guys didn't get the hat, and we keeping it so top secret that Compound don't even know we got it coming. So yeah.
Bro, that ships to the UK though, right,
Oh
bro?
yeah, for sure. I'm a shipping master. I get that stuff down to the root.
I don't know what Dre has coming, I'll be honest with you. But yeah, that's the trick, is don't have any idea what is coming, so you can't post pre-pictures and then everybody's excited. everybody,
So you're
everybody
saying don't communicate now. Is that what you're saying? Now
yeah,
you're saying don't communicate at all. Because
imagine
I
if
mean, it seems to work for other projects, though, right?
right.
Like Dolce and Gabbana did that. Dolce and Gabbana, you bought the box, you knew you were going to get a t-shirt and shoes. They waited forever to even show you the different what they look like, and then before you forged, you were allowed to pick which design you wanted out of those. So you didn't know when you first bought the box what the items are going to look like. And we still don't have those items. People complaining about anything. Dolce & Gabbana still hasn't shipped, and it's been way longer than the Artifact stuff.
Did anybody get on the Ballman Space Runners NFT? Same situation. Anybody know about that, or am I the only one? No. All
I
right.
mean, Adidas is even worse, right? Like that's like supposed to be Nike's counterpart, right? And it's been almost a year since I got the rest of my stuff, so yeah, like it's bad everywhere. Even like Azuki took 6 months, right? It's a
Rugged, are we playing the quiet game?
No,
No,
you're
deepest
rugged.
thought.
Are we playing the quiet game? You're it. But no, that's
Okay, what were we deep?
Sorry, what's going on?
What were you saying? You can finish.
Oh, I was just saying, like, yeah, even it took Azuki a while to get the jacket out, right? It just a lot of these, it's like the logistics just take long, especially shipping all over the world. It's kind of hectic, right?
Yeah, people still don't have their Azuki jackets, and they're a little bit salty about it, and some of the international Azuki holders and some of the whales actually even that have like quite a bit of those don't have them yet, and they're getting they're patient, but they're getting a little salty because it's been run on the timelines, and everybody's already showed them off, and they're still waiting and whatnot. But yeah, to your point, like shit just takes a while.
Dylan, I don't have an Azuki, but should I make a post about it?
I
Just
think you should.
just to cause
I
some
think
shit.
I think you should be upset about not getting your jacket that you're not supposed to get at all, or didn't even think
Bro, I
about
can't
getting.
tell you how many people, apes and Azukis that I know don't have any clones that decided they wanted to make threads about this shit today. Like, are you? I don't have any of the season 1 stuff, but I do have Air Forces coming. So I did dive into the Air Force ones, and I'm really excited for what's coming on the Air Forces, right? But bro, I don't think people got too much time on their hands to go out of their way to go find another project to go start posting about an engagement farm with
Yo,
threads.
Compound, just
Like,
Yeah, it's piling on, man.
just use ChatGPT and find every project and create a thread. Just FUD everybody.
yeah, bro. I mean, imagine the type of person you got to be to like go make a thread and FUD a project that you have no stake in and you don't spend any time in. You're just like, you know what? I'm gonna engagement farm this community while it looks like there's some tension. Like, let me get in on this real quick. Are you are you kidding me, bro? I'll like just mute those people. They just make no
Dude,
sense.
I had to call a few out in some group chats because that certainly happened to the Zuki community whenever when we were scraping the bottom of the barrel, and it was a fucking full-fledged pile-on, dude. Like, people loved to engagement farm how the whole situation, and yeah, dude, it's like you have to have, especially coming from the Azuki community, you have to have empathy, man. And that's like, that's what connection and relationships all about, especially in this space, is like you're creating these relationships with people from all over the globe, from all walks of life. And it's something that is unique, to Web3, because you have sort of connected over this one little thing that you guys think are cool together, and then you get to like really deep, delve a little bit deeper into each other's personalities, what brought them to the project, and then go even deeper, and it enables you to have this sort of empathy for other people, because you realize that we're all just individuals living unique human experiences, right? Like, everyone is having the very same but unique human experience. And if you start piling on motherfuckers just for like for ego, like for engagement, like you're a terrible individual. Like, you know what I mean?
What I think is like
I
it's
will.
good to have like every one of these like major projects succeed. You know what I mean? It benefits Web3, so like it kind of frustrates me like even seeing your like people in your own community and stuff. It's like an echo chamber. But I think it's just a bear market. You know, it has a lot of effect to this, and it's not only CloneX. I see it across a lot of these projects, and people are just very impatient right now. So yeah, I think this will blow over. Like honestly think Artifact will hit 20 ETH no problem again, and like this will just be something people barely even remember.
Yeah, I mean, I think honestly, it's the fact that a lot of people can't see past. I go back to it is the bear market, right? Like, this has gone a lot longer than most people expected, and people are, generally speaking, are not really good at thinking long term. It's like, I don't know about you, but I think a lot of people got into the space because it moved fast and there was the ability to make quick returns. And anybody who got in at the top, like, you saw your investment drop potentially 90%, right? And if you get in with the intent that, yeah, I'm going to flip this and sell for 40, 50, 60 ETH, because those were going like hotcakes for a little while there, at the same time that you had people like me who were seeing everything moon and you like, man, I can't get into the project now. It's gone and left. You had people that were getting in, that were able to get in at the top and that thought it was going to keep going, and it just came crashing down. And if you didn't sell, yeah, you're going to be mad as hell, because not only are you seeing like what you could have had, but now there's no exit, so to speak. And so I fully understand the frustration, but I think if you go back to the point of, this is a very, like, the space is small compared to like the bigger economy that's out there, right? If you want people that are like saying Web3, 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 if you want the space to survive, like, the bigger projects have to make it in order to help lift the smaller projects, and then for everyone to ultimately win. But if a project like Yuga, or a project like Artifact, that's, or Azuki, that are kind of like some of the bigger ones, can't make it because each community is too busy thinking about the next 3 months or the next couple of weeks, and you're just like predatory and just dumping on each other, we're not going to get anywhere. And then meanwhile, everybody, like, I was reading an article today, right? And they were talking about NFT and onboarding. Nobody that's outside in Web2 or outside, like, these little spaces, that's running a business wants to even mention the word NFT, because it will, slow down adoption from, the average person. Because when you're outside looking in, all you see is a bunch of people feeling entitled, whining about, what they didn't get or they feel like they should get, and all that stuff, which is not a good look. But I think it takes a certain level of maturity to be able to see that and understand that. And again, I'm not saying all this to be dismissive of, some of the things that have to be addressed and worked on, but it's about continuous improvement. And
Yeah, that's the crux of the issue, right? If we can see sort of some continual improvement, and that this is, I think that is exactly why, like, the FUD storm is exactly why Azuki is in the position it's in now. And I think that is very much a lesson for the artifact community, because without the trials and tribulations of this space, and without getting put through the ringer, you can't have a resilient ecosystem. If it's all growth all the time, you just get overgrowth. Like, it's not properly, the ecosystem isn't properly integrated. And so, whenever you think about like a biomimicked ecosystem, the most robust are the most diverse. And whenever you have tests to that networked ecosystem external test. It's all about the resiliency of the core, and I think that that's what Bad Take's all about. And projects and people like Alts and Clone Force and some of these people that have built tangentially off the Clone Force ecosystem is that there is a very passionate and driven core community here, and there is a team that wants to see this thing work. And little by little, that team is starting to realize and recognize what they need to do, okay, in this storm of shit that we find ourselves in, that is somewhat superficial but also very real, because we all feel it. We're all in here feeling some kind of way about it and discussing it, and that that's also important, because you can also sort of separate the wheat from the chaff. Like, what is the real shit that we need to focus on, information that this network needs to relay to its core, the team, to have them act upon, and to enable the organism, the superorganism as a whole, to evolve into something much more strong, much more resilient, and much more sustainable over the long term.
That's very well said, man.
This
Yeah.
Illin guy fucks, bro.
Yo, Illin makes up for all, like, Illin with the Azuki PFP makes up for all the countless Azuki PFPs I've been seeing FUD over the last couple of weeks, bro. Like, there's some on the timeline that have put a terrible taste in my mouth, but Illin, like, literally comes in here and just makes up for all of them, bro. 100%.
Yo, there was Azuki drama too, like recently, and there was infighting in Azuki too, like recently. It's just like every community is going through the ringer, I feel like.
I agree. It's the time, man. It's the taste. It's the smell. It's the where we are in the market. Everything, all of the above, is. And it's. I said it before. I'm gonna say it again because it's the truth. It's the alignment of everything as well. So
Yeah, it seems so. Everything seems so fragile right now. But no, I mean, but like even external, right, to our little nascent thing that we're in here, like this little Web3 thing that we're trying to prop up, like external to that, everything seems so on edge and fragile, and geopolitics seems like it's kind of flying off the rail, and we have other sort of catastrophic circumstances hanging over our heads, from from climate change to what now we're facing a new run on banks and potential financial industry collapse and so forth. And it's like that seeps into our psyches, whether we know it or not. And this little nascent little thing, this little kernel that we're trying to nurture into the promise that it really holds, seems it seems so fragile. And that fragility is not endemic. Like, it's not something, like Web3 is by its nature anti-fragile, but people can't really wrap their heads around that at the moment. They don't really know, because, like has been brought up, people come into this to make some flips and make some money, and it's like, cool or whatever, fine, but that's not what this is all about. And most of the people that I know in Web3, that may have been why they got into it, or they got into it for some other sort of extraneous reason, and they got in here and they started connecting with other people, and that filled this sort of void in them, that was like, I want to connect with other people, especially in COVID. Like, I want to connect with other people around shit that I think is dope, and I want to talk to them about it. And I whenever we find ourselves in community with one another around this dope idea, that's what creates this sort of network effect. And it is the promise of what Web 2 was supposed to be before that, before like, global capitalism kind of uh, uh, put its little surreptitious claws into that, and platforms sort of got this like extractive, hyper extractive sort of, we're going to steal all your data and use it to sell you shit that you don't want, kind of platform capitalism or whatever. And it's like, we have this new sort of architecture, organizational architecture, and it's truly decentralized and networked, and we are integral pieces of it. And so for me, it's like I see a lot of people kind of get into it for the from DeFi, or from a financial aspect, but whenever they actually connect with another individual or another group of individuals, they're like, oh yeah, no, this hits different. Like, this is way different than what I thought. And so it turns into like really, that feels right, that hits right, that you feel comfortable with. And usually it's like a couple, after one or two IRL events, whenever you actually get to shoot the shit with people in real life, that you've been talking to on the internet, that it's like you get made whole. Like you really start to understand that there are people on the other sides of these PFPs, and they're cool fucking people, and they're people that you probably wouldn't have been able to hang out with otherwise. That you're like, okay, like the financial gain part of this thing is not the point. So I hope that this moment in time definitely is just this thing that we look back on, like I said earlier, and just kind of laugh about once we have this really, we have the people in this community that deserve to be in this community, and that deserve, our relationship, because we're here and we're
I mean,
cool. Yeah.
I think it definitely will be, for real. Like, let a Black Swan event happen tomorrow morning and floor price go up to 6 ETH out of nowhere. People gonna be a lot more excited. But you are exactly right. Like, those IRL event link ups, they change everything. When you actually get to exchange energy with these people that we sit and we've been talking to for months on end, and all you've seen is a PFP. But then when you can, get in front of them and learn them, it changes how everything works. That's honestly why we do so many of them. That's why we look to create as many experiences as we can, because we know it makes a difference. It's more than just a transaction. It's an emotional response, and that's what creates memories and gives you everything that you're looking for, as far as an experience. So yeah, you dropping some bombs over here, man. I didn't want to interrupt, but we appreciate you and your insights for sure.
Yeah, it's so. I mean, and, like I love that, and I see that in you, and especially CloneX LA, what they've been doing. The Zuki community is doing the same thing, trying to have these little offshoot events. Even some CloneX Azuki crossover events have been happening. And like that interpersonal connection is something that we need as human beings, and that's what I mean whenever I say it makes it that much more real, because it fills us with a sense of actual purpose, that connection with other people. And once we can have that connection and be grateful for that connection, we can sort of raise the vibration, right? Like we can find ourselves with this like real happiness, and that's what we're all sort of pursuing, whether we know it or not, is connection and happiness. And the only way that we actually know how to be happy is to be grateful.
That's
I think the only thing I would add to that too, Ellen, is I think the IRL aspect of things brings in a little bit more accountability and self awareness, right, for each person. Because it's again, right now, it's you're just looking at pictures, and it feels like everybody's in their own little space right now, right, just looking at pictures and talking. Obviously, when you've met certain people, there's a certain energy that you're going to bring, and a certain intensity that you're going to bring, that is completely different when it's just social media. And that's maybe the part that's a little frustrating to me, right? Because I feel like a lot of the stuff that we're seeing right now is the sucky part of social media. Like, if we were all sitting in a room all together, and this were like IRL events, and people were talking around a round table about what's going on, you probably wouldn't have like half of this nonsense, like bear market or not. And I think people are taking advantage, which is the frustrating part, taking advantage of like being keyboard warriors, really. And it's like there's no accountability, right? Because who's going to come to you and say, "Hey, man, like you went a little hard here, like that wasn't warranted," or whatever. And that goes back to, you can express your opinions and your thoughts and how you feel and be constructive about it, or you can be an a-hole, which a lot of people are doing right now, because again, it's behind a mic, behind a keyboard, and that's not cool. Like, there needs to be a little bit more empathy, right? Like, the whole promise of Web3 is like community empathy and being there for one another and all that stuff, but yet we're seeing the worst of people right now. And what is worse than kicking someone while they're down? Like, you're supposed to be helping. But
Yeah, it's so true. I mean, I think the IRL aspect of it is so key, because whenever we get into when we get into a little spaces like this, like, you can tell the people who have met each other in real life, they have a different way of talking to one another. They have this sort of shorthand that you create whenever you have that sort of one-on-one relationship with another individual, and that's what makes it fucking cool, right? Like, that's what like, I want to go fucking hang out with Dre and Bega in LA. Like, I want to fucking go do that shit because of how cool they are. You know what I mean? Like, how I perceive their relationship. Like, I want to be a part of that, like, in real life. And that's the strength of uh a community that is there for one another in the online space, but also in real life as well.
Dude, I fuck with that heavy. On the part where you said there's people behind these PFPs, like, people are gonna definitely support you just because if you show up to these spaces, be genuine. Like, it's just all about the personality and the person behind the PFP. Like, even if Compound changes PFP to anything else or anyone on the stage, it's like we're still gonna know you as Jace, Ilan, Tebby, Dre, Compound. It's like we just know each other by how we present ourselves in the space, and the IRL factor plays a huge key point, because then you get to see him in person, and you actually have a better connection, and you guys build friendships. Like, me and Compound, we kicked it like just me, him, and my girl, like, solo, and I was like, oh shit, dude, like, it was definitely some good homie shit, and I'm pretty sure he feels the same way about me, but it just makes it more real, definitely, and that's why I love IRL events.
Did you call me out first because I change my PFP as often as I change my underwear once a
Yeah,
week? Is that what's up?
yeah, I did.
Got it. Thank you.
Got on
Once a
purpose.
week. Only has two pair. He didn't buy any extras after he was issued his.
Bro,
And
the season one undies, bro. I wasn't having it, man. Like, nah, man, I need more flowers under there.
Hey.
and and, and Tevye too, when he was talking about keyboard warriors, I legit got a DM from the tweet I posted above, and someone's like, "Dude, I totally agree with you. Like, too many keyboard warriors out there just trying to FUD just to FUD." And if you look through like all those comments, there's a lot of people just hating for no reason, dude. Like, just trolling me. I'm like, bro, you're a fucking keyboard warrior Discord fucking mongrel. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's just a sentiment, man. It's where we are. That's why you can't take it to heart. It's too much dope shit that's happening. I feel like, honestly, a lot of people in the space saw what happened with the acquisition. They saw, the trailblazing that was being created here within the project, and now they want to see the fall off. Like, that's just how it is in this society when it comes to these type of things, right? We have these type of people that we look up to. We see them doing great things, and people just expect for them to fall off, and they kind of cheer, which is fucked up, but they kind of cheer as they fall off. right? Like we've seen the story happen so many times, seen this water reboiled so many times over, like the Kanye Wests and the Dr. Dre's or whoever. Like they be up there and then they do something and you're like, oh, here comes the fall off. Oh yeah. And then they
Yeah,
come and
it's
bounce back and oh yeah, I love them, always loved them. It's the same
yeah,
situation.
it's called tall poppy. So you want to lop off the tall poppy so they don't overshadow the rest of the poppy field. And yeah, and then so that's hardwired, and then you also have the comeback arc that is hardwired for us to vibe with. So I think the comeback arc of Artifact is going to be fucking insane. It's going to blow people's fucking minds. I know it is.
I don't deserve Ilan's analogies, anagrams, metaphors. I don't deserve them in my life. I need to be better.
I think that was
For
pretty
real,
epic.
though.
I can I change the subject just slightly because I have a question and I still don't have an answer, and I see Deep has potentially the answer that I'm seeking.
Do it, bro. Just do it.
Is it a dad hat question?
No. So I see that you have a Yuga monolith,
Yeah.
and as your PFP, you're no longer a flower.
Yeah, I'm a box now.
So I would like to hear more about the monolith.
The monolith?
Yes, the Yuga one.
The Yuga one. All right, so there's 8 of them, and it's all based off ranking. So your token number is your ranking. So like there's a division, and basically it's just I think the bottom tier one there's 50% of them. The one I have there's 20% of them, and then it just gets lower and lower, and then there's gonna be a 1 of 1, which is the guy that got the key. And then it's gonna evolve into like a mech, like I don't know, like some mech. There's the evolution, so there's 3 evolutions, and there's gonna be games, mini games. It's unannounced, but then by the final evolution, you can either choose the regular evolution or use it with a uh, kennel club like the dog, and you can combine it. So there's still a lot to behold, but like Yuga's been creating some like a PvE game since like 2022, so I'm pretty sure this is a big part of it. And they've had teasers of like mech apes from, if you looked at Adidas Into the Metaverse, like there were in one of the phases, it's a mech ape. In Decentraland, Yuga has mech ape, mech ape like teaser. So I believe it's gonna be like a PvE game, so utility for that plus hopefully a PFP. But yeah.
So if I buy the monolith, thank you first of all. If I buy it, am I guaranteed a mech out of that, or do I have to do more to go buy the dog?
No, you don't need the dog. So like the thing is right now it's a great time to buy it because the rarities like they're all like the one I have right now is it's rank 6,000, right? Which is a decent ranking. But like there's a lot of them close to floor as well. So not all of them have been burned. So I'm not giving financial advice, but that's just something that I would do if I was looking into it. But it might not be the best thing, so just do some research, I would say. But yeah.
That this is my research right
Yeah.
there, so that's
Yeah,
cool.
so people right now are trading like they don't know what they're trading because they're not looking at like the numbers and they're not looking at the percentages of rarities. They're just looking at what's available right now. So like the floor ones are going for higher when they shouldn't be, just because people haven't burned into them yet. So
So do I
Yeah,
have to buy the ticket, or can I just go buy the monolith directly?
you can buy both, but then so here's the thing: when you do look at the collection, you have to go to the very bottom where it says minted, and you have to search up what rank number they got on the ticket. So you have to go in Etherscan and look up like what did they burn. But if you go buy a ticket, then you know exactly what rank you're getting and what exact box you're getting.
the box has
Okay,
the box.
so is this last question? So is this the sewer pass, or is it a different collection?
This is the sewer pass that you burn into the new collection. So Deep has the new collection, which is the monolith, Yuga monolith.
All right, I
Demi,
need to.
isn't the ranking on the box,
It
right?
is. It
Like
is.
13,879, 11, right?
Your
Like
token, your
I know,
the
token
King, but
ID
box.
is
is the
it?
rank. Your token ID is it.
Oh, is it
Yeah,
really?
yeah, it is. Yeah.
So
Okay.
what is it actually called? Because it looks like a monolith. That's what I'm like. I don't even know what it's
It
called. But
also sounds like an artifact thing. It's what was it? I forgot.
Heavy metal, but it's HV-MTL.
Yeah.
They're
HV.
definitely trolling
Wait,
artifact. 100%.
Deep, are you 100% sure the token number is the rank?
Yeah, because at least
So
for mine, like the rank is the same. Yeah, as
yeah, if you look at the item number and then on the box, it's the exact same number. So like it's item 16625. On the box, it's 16625. But
And
then
that's
if you go
the
to the pass, that's what I found. I mean, that's
yeah,
what I
it
thought
it
too.
is because I checked before burning and then I looked at it after and I'm like, oh yeah, it's the same rank. So
all right. So I just found a collection as we're talking. So there's different boxes, and so is the number of the box the ranking?
Lower the number. The
So
lower the number, the better.
the lower the number, the better.
Is the higher the ranking, right? If it's 22,000, they're at the bottom of the pile, right? If it's
Oh,
8,000, right? So you can scan and you'll see some floors, but then all of a sudden you'll see one that's like, wait a second, that doesn't belong down there. Anyways, so like the bio boxes are, right? They're much better than the dynamic, but the dynamic, anyways, you'll figure it out. It's pretty easy once you get into
I'll
it.
DM
But
you
the
I'll
glitch,
DM you there's a thread that has all the rarity percentage.
oh, perfect. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I'll
Thank
pin
you.
it up here if anyone else wants to see it. So.
people are figuring out though, people were sweeping that glitch because it was like, oh, there's only 1% of the collection. And then they realized that had the worst scores.
People or was one of the people's named Jace? Were they named Jace at all? Or?
Yeah, I probably named Jace. Idiot. What a fool.
So how are people getting wrecked? Because it said they were supposed to have a companion and they didn't get a
Yeah.
companion.
But then Yuga actually tweeted today, or Board Ape Yacht Club, they said that if you bought a pass, they're gonna refund you the difference on the floor.
Bro, we got a lot of FUD this week, dude. Everybody's out for blood. You love to hear it.
Yep, and people are also fighting
Doodles.
what the chief gaming officer said about how the tiers are going to matter for future activations. So technically, the tiers didn't matter for the box phase. You can have a tier 1. People were buying tier 4s for a premium just because they thought that tier 4s would have some other use cases, which they still might, but right now it's looking like the box is just tied to whatever score you got.
Basically, a tier 4 allowed you to get a higher score, which would
Yep.
get you a better box. But some of those people thought it was a shoe in.
No,
Exactly.
dude, I even knew that and I didn't even play any of the fucking games. Like it gave you a better chance to get a better score. Did people just look too far into it or what? They just thought they could buy the tier 4 but not actually play hard on the games?
Yeah. So like, I think you commented on one of these threads. So I was pinned. I think it was this dude bag holding NFTs. He was actually shitting on fucking Artifact too.
No, he was fudding the other day, Artifact, and then he started fudding his own bags. And I replied, I said, hey, man, at least you're consistent. If you're going to fud my bags, you better be just as strict on your own team, right? And he was, bro. He was fudding his own bags just as bad as he was Artifact and Doodles. So
Yeah,
I,
what's
I, I
funny
meant,
is
I commented on it to let him know that I appreciate his consistency. Like, if you're going
and
to
I
be a
saw that.
fudder, just
It's fucking
fud
wild,
equally.
dude. But yeah, like so the dude Spencer Tucker basically said you're gonna be needed for future activations, which means later down the line there's still way more evos and way more mini games. So you never know. Maybe a tier 4 does matter, but right now with the box, it's like it feels like it's tied to that. But we never know because the sewer passes are burned now, so it doesn't really matter. You have the box now. I think the future activations he was talking about Toad mode, but I guess they didn't clarify like if because most people thought it was going to be more than just Toad mode. It's going to carry on to the next game and the next game, and so on and so forth.
There's a lot of info on the
So,
Yuga news sites that I've end up looking at, and they don't actually say it ever on Twitter. It goes pretty detailed, so there's always like a lot of information people miss there. Because yeah, I always assume that the the tiers actually didn't matter other than score because that's what it said in the news articles that they created.
So let me break this. Let me break this down. There's a bunch of people mad that they paid too much money for a box.
No, they paid too much money for the sewer pass.
Which
Thinking,
give them a
Tier
box.
4. A tier
thinking
4
that
sewer pass.
they thought it would get them a much better box, but it
But
doesn't.
in the end, like now they have this box that they paid too much money for. This
The
sounds.
sewer pass kind of looks like a coupon, doesn't it?
It no,
All I'm
right?
saying,
Coupon vibes for sure.
if I've learned anything in Web3 is don't pay a bunch of money for a box. Like, and now you guys, the Yuga guys
And
are
stay
learning.
away from coupons, bro.
It is a coupon.
It is a coupon.
No, it's a voucher.
Yeah, it looks
Tabby,
like a
I've
carnival.
heard enough out of you today.
Okay.
Baron, why you gotta come after me? What did I do?
I already heard enough out of you today.
Heavy came in hot, like, why is everybody fudding? And then he starts fudding like instantly.
Fucking
Right
lecturing
off the
me
bat.
how not to FUD when you fudded, dude. Your own
Dude, I
bag.
went ham today, dude. I woke
And
up
you don't
so
even
angry.
have the hat.
woke
I
up
do have a
angry.
hat. I don't have the
That's note
Murakami
one.
hat though.
That's note one. Okay. The nut is note 2. Okay. That's some fire stuff. I didn't ever know to call that shirt the nut. I didn't get it.
Bro.
Tevy did. I'm fucking
No,
fuck out of the
Vega
nut
did.
tomorrow.
I just rolled with it.
Hey, Tevy, this is my turn to talk. All right. I'm pissed that there isn't a hand on the human shoe. But
No,
I heard
it
it's
is.
on
It
the
is on the other
inside. I
side.
heard
It's
it's
on the
on the
other side.
inside, so I'm fired up. I'm fucking stoked again. Okay. And the reptiles remain at the top. All right. And whoever said earlier that this team doesn't need this thing to work, they 100% need this to work. Every single one of those founders needs this to work. They got money that's tied up in a million different things. It went to taxes. It went to brokers. It went to lawyers. It went to fucking agents. Okay. They're young. And if they don't make this work, their whole career is on the fucking line. They will be the biggest laughing stock if they can't make it work. So whoever said that, it's not true. Okay.
That was Tevy.
And I'm just saying, no, I've heard it from other people. That's why it's like, so
I'm just kidding.
saying
I had to
tonight,
throw
I'm
Tevy.
sick. I'm just like, I'm going after people that are fudding because I'm going to just do exactly what, I mean, I came into Bad Take. I'm like, these people don't even own this shit. And then I scroll up and Compound's been saying the same thing. It's like, I don't know what's going on out here. I think it's, I'm not let it get to me because I'm living my life. You know what I mean? Like I got a good life to live, and this shit is not gonna define me. But like, I went over to fucking Neiman Marcus today to go check out what they got. Dude, the fucking shoes are jokes, bro. I took pictures of all this shit. They're all over $1,000. Prada, I wouldn't buy one of their tennis shoes. I wouldn't buy one pair of fucking Louis Vuitton tennis shoes. I wouldn't buy fucking any of it. And if that's our competition and we're just getting started because we had to work off of a Nike base shoe, game fucking on. That's all I got for right now.
I will say this. That was an excellent monologue. You're absolutely correct. Neiman Marcus shoes are big body deluxe trash. Big body deluxe trash. But those Louis Vuitton skate shoes that Virgil designed, one of his last designs, are stupid dumbass fire. Don't sleep on those. But everything else was on point. You're absolutely correct.
I just they don't have the Louis Vuitton out here in St. Louis because that shit will get stolen. Okay. So I didn't get to see those today. I did see a fire jacket by Montclair and Fragment that was just unbelievable. The leather on it was so good. And I just it disappoints me that like people can like let others influence them. So like you get in this game of trying to figure out what you like in life to wear, you got to know what you like. And there's going to be stuff that people don't like that you like. And you got to be okay with that shit. Like, and you also aren't going to like every single piece in a line, right? Like, it's just crazy to me. And my motto is shoulder to shoulder. We got to be shoulder to shoulder on this thing. Otherwise, it's going to be we're the fucking laughing stock because literally we fudded ourselves out of it. I know that we keep saying the same thing, but man.
If we wear that shirt, Baron, we'll be standing nut to nut too. That's what's up.
And nut to nut.
I don't want your nuts touching my nuts, man.
I did
Just
not make
don't.
that plural. There's just one, bro. There's just one on the shirt, bro. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't want your nut touching my nut. Your one nut to stay as far away from as my one nut as it possibly can.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, that's what you're saying here. Get a fucking room.
No thanks.
the
No thanks.
What up, Jen?
what up, Jen?
I came here for some bad takes, but like that was just a really shitty take. I don't know.
True to form, baby. True to form.
He's a
Got the
mutant. We
bad
let
take
him. We
out.
let him run his mouth. It's coming out of those like crystal weird. I don't know. Guy needs braces, but whatever. We just let him run, right?
Yeah, Baron said the realest shit tonight. To be honest, I agree with everything Baron said.
Just makes me frustrated, man. I got a bunch of this shit and I like it, man. Stop fudding my bags, dude.
I wish you had some large sizes in the Murakami varsity, man, because fuck.
Well, it's not done yet, so maybe we can. You know what I'm saying?
But don't give it to me for a Baron price, man. Give it to me for your boy. Your boy price, man. Your Baron prices be out of my price range, my guy.
Whatever they were at, at the close there.
But
yeah, I mean, this stuff is it's crazy, man. It's like, oh man, everything you guys have been saying is good stuff. I appreciate Ilan. I appreciate Tevi for the most part. I appreciate, I'm kidding. Oh man, Jen, I appreciate you, even though you didn't enjoy my take. I came in high. I've been sitting here like a loaded gun for a while now, just like, oh my God. And I'll close out by saying I got a celestial box.
No, Baron, you didn't.
Big body, big box.
Was it random?
So at the time when I bought it, I didn't know that that's what it ended up being. But based on the brackets they put out for what you'd get, what passes qualified for what boxes, is I understand I was already basically once that was released, it was known that that's the box I was getting. Is that right, Chase?
Yep.
Yeah. So who knows? But dude, it is funny, man, how close these two projects are. And, I'd love for one day it all to come together and, them say, hey, we're playing in this sandbox together, and we had coupons too, and we had a box and we had it for a reason. That's because we're messing with each other. And
we've got mechs in our luggage boxes. They've got mechs in these monoliths. What?
It's so funny, man. So I like that kind of stuff. That can brings the smile to my face, and brings a smile to my face to hear Ilan talk about wearing that hoodie around, because I love wearing mine too.
I'm wondering when Ilan's gonna, as a joke and as a good favor, send me one of those Clone Force things that he got offloaded onto him.
Dude, I'll send you some. Send me your wallet, dude. I'll send you some Clone Force shit.
Yo, Ilan, compound.eth. I just want one thing. I don't need a lot of stuff.
Dude, send him a rug. It's my favorite thing to do ever because he's too cheap to spend the gas. So I just keep sending Compound my rugs.
No, don't send me rugs, guys. Please. It costs money to get that out of my wallet, and
there it is.
Bad right now. If I get that, I'm gonna be like everybody else. If I have to go down bad anymore, then I'm just gonna start fudding to make everybody else miserable. Apparently, that's what you do. You make your own decision to invest in something. You go down bad, and then you try to make everybody else miserable because you made a bad decision. That's the play.
Fud take. Gotta change the name now.
I ran into this guy today. He has he said he had multiple 7 figures in Artifact. It was just complaining about something, and I'm like, dude, have you ever reached out to the team or anybody to run any of these concerns by them, or see if you can get some of that stuff worked out with them? He's like, no. What the fuck? Maybe you should start, brother. Maybe you should start. People don't take action and they expect results in this world. It's insanity.
Maybe it was Compound's tenant. That's why.
No, he's got some other projects, so he's using like his bag and Artifact to try to get them to join in with him on his project, which is why he has such a bag there. So there's always there's always something else behind it too. It's like, we're all doing the best we can. Straight nutted.
I'm not doing the best I can. I suck. And I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you're trying, dude. Just isn't working.
Hey, have we spoken yet about Dark Data's video? Like, for real?
Dark Data is the hero that we didn't
So
know we needed.
I just gave him a link to my Dropbox, and I was like, hey, man, there's a bunch of my clones in there. He used like 4 of my clones in that video. I was so hyped. I was so pumped.
He's a hero that we didn't know we needed. So no, I've been talking to this man about, honestly, I came up with the idea of doing the clones to music videos like this, and he executed it in such a flawless way. Like, people been sleeping on who he is for so long, and I was like, bro, you got to do it this way. They gonna never forget you. They gonna see your shit and never forget you. And he is out of this world ridiculously dope. So yeah, we definitely need to talk about that.
Yo, compadre, I just saw that tweet you just posted in Bad Take.
What? Which one?
The Yuga FUD thing.
Bro. No, it's funny. It just kind of got I saw one of these apes post. He said something along the lines of like, it came to my attention that the company that holds the majority of my bags fucked up today, right? It's just, I don't go to the timeline to go FUD like other projects that I don't hold, right? I do have Yuga Land, I've got CloneX, but like, you're never gonna see me on the timeline just shitting on Azuki because the team made a mistake. Like, I don't hold any stake in Azuki. Why would I spend my energy on that? And why do people feel it necessary to do that? It's literally just engagement farming, and I guess I've said it a couple times tonight, but it just kind of boggles my mind. You have no stake in a project. You're not doing anything for that project or community, but like, you find it necessary to throw your opinion in there. Like, it's wild, bro. I don't get it, man. Yeah, Yuga fucked up today, right? But I'm not going to the timeline to go shit on Yuga. Like, I don't care. We're all learning out here, bro. Like, Web3 is learning, and we're all growing as a team. And if we're just spending all our time infighting, like, how does that look to the people outside of Web3, right? How does that look? They look in and they just see a bunch of degens and projects fighting each other. Like, that's not appealing in any way. They're just arguing amongst each other, right? We just look like a bunch of idiots, bunch of projects just competing together instead of trying to compete against the world, or like trying to build together.
Bro,
A
they
bunch of people in
probably
fashion messaged me today. They're like, bro, what is up with you guys? I was like,
yeah,
what
bro,
do you
they
mean? They're like, people are killing each other. They're not even into NFTs. I've tried to onboard them, but that's what they see.
they probably look at us exactly like we look at cyber prints, but without like the ironic like comedic effect. You know what I mean? They're just like, wow, look at all these fucking cyber prints.
Honestly, EDM Twitter was trending today for being a shit show. So, like, at least we're not there.
Jen, as you know, like, I'm a part of that scene as well. I actually had to unfollow a bunch of EDM Twitter because it is the most toxic place outside of NFTs that I've ever been. EDM
I
Twitter.
haven't tweeted like from my EDM Twitter account in years. Actually, like a few months ago, I tweeted GM to see if anything would happen, and a few people were like, "Are you hacked?" Um, but I literally went onto that feed today because I was like, "Ooh, I want to know the drama." And then I just like saw everyone yelling about it. I was like, "No, I don't care about the drama, but at least there's somewhere that's like worse than here."
It was, yeah, it was bad. I remember, and then everybody would talk about how toxic it was, but like, nothing ever changed. It just kept getting worse. I had to unfollow a bunch of DJs and just people within that community, so I stopped seeing a lot of it. But now I'm in this like NFT echo chamber, and it's getting bad here.
Yeah, no, it's not that much better here. But I just remember like in the beginning of 2020, right? Like if you're an EDM and you weren't saying one thing, like you were gonna get canceled. And like I had international clients that straight up like couldn't tweet petitions because they're here on a visa and they can't speak out against the government. And like people are like, we're gonna have to pull them from these label shows. And I was like, do you realize that like straight up anyone that doesn't live in America does not have the luxury to do that? And like the fact that I have to explain this to you is kind of mind blowing. And then they were like, oh fuck. Like, yeah, it's stupid. But anyway, at least crypto Twitter isn't trending for being ridiculous because we're still probably too small.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I hope so. EDM Twitter's pretty big, but like anybody in other Twitters like communities out there can like confirm to us that we're not the only toxic one right now. It's just maybe the world and market sentiment in general, and just kind of how people are currently dealing with the recession. They're down bad in all aspects, and they're just maybe taking out their frustrations on each other. Like, is that a thing? Because right now, like, it's kind of our world that we're in here in NFTs, and it just seems amplified. But it may be the case across all like communities with on Twitter. I don't know. Anybody got any input?
I don't know. I think this is the place that is the most toxic that I've seen that that I participate in. I mean, I think part of it is because of how fucked up the world is. You can't really talk about it when you're out and about, and then it bottles it up, and so maybe some of that comes out on Twitter. Maybe that's the effect. I don't see people behaving like this in other places. Not in the
I think LinkedIn's
media
worse.
standpoint, obviously. Yeah, people are crazy, but like in real life, no. I mean, I just wish people would just realize that at some point the reason you're here is because you believe that your digital identity will matter at some point. So why are you acting a fool? You know what I mean?
Sorry, guys. I'm back. I was sharing a tweet. I was
I thought I was rugged again. No, man.
No,
Has nobody else been on like the entrepreneurial side of LinkedIn?
I have no.
I like had to nearly delete the app, man. People are nutty over there. At least they were before I got out of it. But man, anybody would write an article and everybody would go and just rip them all the way to their grandma to shreds.
Really? Man, dude, everywhere is toxic where like they don't have to fess up or like be face to face with somebody, I guess.
Yeah, man, I had to just quit doing anything on LinkedIn because yeah, it was crazy. But I mean, I've been on YouTube since 9, so I mean, if you really want me to go into who was it? Oh, that was in Flaw when I said people tell me once a week to go hang myself, right? Like 12-year-olds are telling me to hang myself, right? So
Yo, me
YouTube's
too. When
got
I
it
started
too.
talking about
Anybody, and
NFTs
so, yeah, man.
on
But I would just
TikTok,
log into my skate account and then I go and troll the trolls, and man, it was fun.
It's like a 2008 Call of Duty lobby, bro.
Right? Like, oh man, crazy.
It's the PvE game we never asked for, pretty much.
I don't know, dude. What do you guys think? What's your guys' opinion on people like publicly going to the timeline, like just dropping all their like problems, issues, life, what they're complaining about, like publicly complaining? I guess it's just not something that I ever did, but I guess, what is it, just people want to be heard? They want people to like engage with them? Like, is it a little bit of both? Like, even to the fact that like people like publicly breaking up on Facebook on the timeline back in the day was just always wild to me. And it almost like stems from that. Now we're in I'm in Twitter and on the timeline, and people publicly like, I don't know, doing what they're doing now. So, what's up, Jen? What do you think?
think like social media has changed, right? I mean, I don't know if anyone remembers Zanga, or I'm just like too old. But it started with like live blogging, just like your day, and not really expecting anyone to see it, right? And like a lot of influencers that have gotten really big were just like documenting their lives that were very normal in the beginning. I know that I used to like just use Twitter to like say random shit, and then I was like, okay, I can't do that anymore. Like people read this shit, you know? But that was like 10 years ago. So I think like yeah, some people want attention, some people want to be heard, some people are engagement farming, sometimes it's a little bit of both. Some people don't have anywhere else to say things, and everyone's going to have a different use for it. I think like there's definitely people I've unfollowed that I'm just like, okay, I can't handle seeing this. And it has nothing to do with like the fact, like, use your platforms the way you want to use them. It just isn't what I want to fill my day with and my brain with. And I think we can all remember that mute and block buttons exist.
Yeah, so I don't use the mute and block button a lot, but there have been a few people recently that I've muted. Like I don't think I've blocked anybody. But yeah, just for peace in my life, I did mute them. So it is a good button. And then it's funny seeing on the timeline they're just still going crazy. And you see this is a tweet by someone you muted. It's funny as shit to see all the time. And sometimes I can't help myself to go view anyways, and I go, yep, view anyways. That's exactly why I muted
You
him.
know, Gabriel Ladon, the guy, the free own NFT guy, I blocked him just because he was blocking everyone. So I wanted to get to him first, you know?
Hey, bro, you gotta one up them sometimes, man. You gotta get them before they get you, baby. You know what I'm saying?
That guy's gonna block everyone on NFT Twitter, and then, like, no one's gonna buy any NFTs from him anymore.
I wonder if anybody has me muted, bro. Like, that's what I want to know. I literally just read everybody's stuff and then, like, post bad take, and then I just tweet
Is
every.
Compound speaking right now?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I got them
Yep.
blocked. I
I
can tell
must have
you.
him muted. I must have him muted.
Hey, I don't blame you guys, bro.
I did my
I don't
best
blame
to
you.
try to get you guys to mute me tonight. I think I got Jen, but
Yeah, compound. Have you on notifications, and that shit is like AIDS.
Dude, I bet, bro. I got Dre, Jace, Vega. Demi, I don't have yours on. I'm gonna turn yours on though. I
Oh
got.
my god, bro! You said you were gonna turn mine on at the mirror event, bro. You fucking capping.
Oh, dude. Wait, I was drinking as well. Oh, yours are on, bro. Never mind. Sorry, it is on. I looked, but I got all your guys' on. Demi, yep, got yours on. But Jace tweets more than anybody. I will say, bro, that man is active out here. He might say he's not, but that guy, he tweets, bro.
I mean, I did shout out to UPS when they messed up my order that Dre sent me. But it did get them in my DMs, and now I think I might get my package of shoes on time. So I mean, there was a reason for me to FUD UPS today. So I did do a complaint tweet on Twitter, but it did get noticed and it got resolved because of it.
The founder of
So
the
what? Give me the breakdown on that. What happened with that? What were they saying?
Bro, it was 2-day air, right? All of a sudden it says Los Angeles, and then 12 hours later it says Beaver, Utah, which is one of my favorite places. Whenever I drive through, I buy a shirt that says I heart Beaver and I give it to a friend. But that's not the point. So after that, it says Beaver, Utah. This says mechanical failure. Well, that does not sound like 2-day air. That sounds like ground shipping, because it does take 12 hours to drive to Beaver, Utah from Los Angeles, which means it passed my house, went all the way up to Salt Lake. Then they're holding them there. And I said, you know what? I'm a fly out of Salt Lake, just hold them there. We can't hold them there. I called 3 different times. 3 different people said no. So I went to the timeline. Then somebody from their customer service department called me, asked me what was going on, said they read the notes. Now they're holding it for me there, and I'll just pick them up.
That's crazy.
So it worked. And I didn't even use my big account for that. This is just my DGen Twitter account.
I
That's
kind of
crazy.
want one of those beaver shirts.
I was about to say that, right? Are we not friends? Do I
You
not
know?
Bro,
deserve the beaver?
I'm driving. Do I not deserve the beaver?
Just don't
Put that right next to your nut quote.
just don't FUD him when he sends you pictures, though. It might not be what you think you're getting, you know?
Okay, guys, I'm buying all y'all that shirt. Now, I do have another shirt that's really good that my friend bought me in Beijing, and it says "I heart BJ," and now that does stand for Beijing. So that's another one of those good ones. It's real.
Yeah, there's one in Toronto for the Toronto Blue Jays. It's I love BJ's, so that one's pretty dope.
I'm a big
Blue
fan of,
Jays are cool.
I'm a big fan of hoodies that say really stupid shit on them. Like right now, I'm wearing a hoodie. It says "Virginity Rocks." You know, it just be like that.
It could have just said I trade NFTs.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Same thing.
You need one that says middle of the mall shit. That shit was legendary.
Dude, that was so good. Hey Jen, if you haven't found that red-haired clone, I picked up a red-haired demon or red-haired angel that is fire. And I did think of our conversation a long time ago.
Oh shit. Oh, wait, I haven't even checked in days.
Today would be the day to check. After all the FUD.
Why is there? Actually, I don't even care why there's FUD.
Yeah, man, I went with another box because I love buying boxes that I have no clue what's inside
I
instead of
feel
another
like
clone today.
I think that I was looking at them when everyone was like, USDC is gonna die, and I was buying the USDC dip. Oh shit. Okay.
But yeah,
I
while
wonder
everybody's
if that certain whale that has my dream one would accept an offer today. That's what I have to see. If this person's flipping shit. Because it's not even now I'm like, okay, I found the good one. But I'm gonna keep working on it. But also message me the one that you found and how much you're selling it for.
Ace can't even hear you, Jen, so don't.
I don't know what's going on.
Wait, can
I'm
you
so
hear?
tired.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
no, he can't
now I
hear
can hear
you.
you.
Yeah, Jace can't even hear you. He messaged us and said, "Is someone talking?" after he started the conversation.
I literally hate Twitter. Good night, guys.
FUD Twitter. How dare they give us a product where the audio barely works sometimes? What the hell is this?
The echo chamber day was goated though.
I can't stand these companies giving us products that don't work like they say they're supposed to work. I just can't stand it. I've never dealt with it in my life.
Honestly, the real rug is like Twitter Blue, man. Like Twitter Blue is the biggest rug. You can't even change your profile picture. You're paying like $20, and now like it's you have to pay to get engagement. It's kind of whack.
Bro, where has Kuro been this week up here?
Heroes, he's listening.
He's everywhere.
Up here.
Bro,
He's everywhere.
was it last night or the night before? I can't remember. That's fact though, Vega. Call him out, bro. Fud him. Fud Kira. We're fudding everything today. Whatever it is, whatever you don't like, please come up. Hey, I'm gonna invite anybody up. Come on up. Tell us what you don't like. Tell us what you want to fud. Especially the keyboard warriors who are really good at typing it out on the timeline. Come up here and say it with your chest, say it with your voice. We will listen to you. We will hear you out.
That's a great idea.
Santos.
Hey, Discord. Anybody keyboard warrior or come talk to us. We will be ears that you do. I will not for your
Come FUD this shit. The compound's starting to rug, so he's basically saying, yeah, bring that ass here, boy. Come FUD all of this.
Am I rugged actually?
Yeah, you was kind of ruggedy.
What's up, Sean? Oh, sorry. What's up, Santos?
So you just saying Shauna.
Shantos, yeah. I first came up because I was across the room and I heard someone say the word Zenga, and I about flipped the lid. I haven't heard that word in a long, long time. I don't know who was saying it, but yeah, I was heavy on that shit when it was the hot thing to do back in the day. Pretty cool, but I won't FUD it because well, yeah, no, I will FUD it because you know what? People could post pictures on there, and they had all the pictures, and then they like upgraded their whole platform, and they like archived our pictures just like MySpace did. Supposedly you could access them somehow, but God only knows how you're supposed to do it. So somewhere in the internet, lost forever, are like really cool ass pictures of like me in high school. Someday maybe I'll get to see them again, but yeah.
See, I'm about that FUD. FUD Zenga.
That was a good FUD too. That's really good. I think that reminded me that I have my MySpace picture somewhere with my coded page that I created and all of those top 8 women that I put up there, let them know that I was rocking with them all at the same time.
And the awesome ass music like
Bruh,
playlist started when
yes.
you went on there. That's the best.
I need to get back to that. But then what? Justin Timberlake bought it and just ruined it all. So now it's probably long gone.
I can still log in, but I can't see any of my old shit.
Wait,
Really? In MySpace?
Justin Timberlake
I'm
bought
sorry.
MySpace?
Yeah, he bought it, man. That
What the
asshole.
hell? I did not
Yeah,
know that.
he
For real,
paid
for real.
he paid
That's
$100,000.
It ruined my profile.
Dude, I remember when the top 8 was such a huge deal.
Oh my gosh.
You're like, you didn't put me at top 8?
Bruh.
many of friends have been lost over the top 8.
Bruh. That was my time to shine. I was single, ready to mingle. Call me Chris Kringle. It was Santa Claus in that, bro. Oh, don't get me started.
Which one of you were the ones that would call out your friends for not having you in the top 8? Like Demi just called me out for not having noties on, and I did have noties on. Dre Mill be calling people out for not
Straight up.
following them. Like, I mean, I know y'all were those people.
I wasn't allowed to have a MySpace, but I still had a MySpace. It was just a secret. I could only be on like, past 11 p.m. when people were asleep. My mom thought I was gonna talk to like old men on the internet or some shit like that. I don't know what was going on. So yeah, I just wasn't allowed to have one.
I did get hella catfished on MySpace though. That was the number one place to get catfished was MySpace, especially in that time.
So
Man,
Vega,
she was worried about MySpace, bro. I was in AIM chat rooms wilding out in like 7th grade, bro, 8th grade. I got my first
Yes.
nudes via AIM. And like people didn't even have phones back then, so like Shorty literally had to take one on like a disposable camera and get developed at Walgreens, and then come home and scan it onto her computer and send it to me.
or webcam, bro. It was like set up the webcam.
That's
Yo,
terrible.
AIM groups were wild, bro. I remember those.
Man,
ASL.
MySpace, I had all the nudes, man. I had them nudes for like 20 years. I just got rid of them maybe like 4 years ago because I couldn't let it corrupt my mind anymore.
You had a collection
Bruh, I
like
had,
trophies, bro.
bro, you had no idea, man. I could
You
have,
were meant to
That was pre
you were meant to
NFTs
be in.
though, right? Was that pre NFT?
bro,
Yeah.
for,
I see.
for years.
Yeah, y'all were meant to be NFT collectors. You had a OpenSea profile and nude since MySpace. I can't believe you guys, man.
It
Getting
was the most
clothing.
terrible photos too. Like imagine those digital cameras back then and how terrible those pixels was in those photos. Had them up there. Yeah. Sorry.
I woke up the other morning after that, all that talk about the military, the training stuff, and it was all over my Instagram, man. These people like mishaps happening during training and like pepper spray and stuff. This one chick, she freaked out. I don't know. It was just funny because it was crazy to think. I guess I don't know why I wouldn't think that would track my speech too, but just wild.
I saw that same video that when the girl did a backflip on the
Yeah,
ground.
that was on my phone the next morning. I was dying. It's like, oh yeah, we talked about that forever last night. That was pretty funny. Hope I didn't hurt Debbie's
What?
feelings tonight.
You guys just revealed your age to me. Like I wasn't on MySpace or AIM. For me, it was like MSN Messenger. Yeah.
Yeah, that came after AIM. MSN was not bad, but everybody of a certain age will remember racing home from the bus stop to be the first one to log on to AIM. Change your away message to like active. You could put like anything you want in it. You can, and then if you had to go eat or something, you would put like a really creative away message, so your friends thought you were like cool.
You guys remember like Smarter Child on MSN? That was like the original Chat GPT.
No, there was a text. When we first got cell phones, there was a number you could text, ask You could ask it questions and it would reply with answers. I can't remember what it was called.
Wasn't that Ask G?
SG.
Yes.
There was another one too. There was another text you can send, and I used to use it to cheat in class. You send a text message, and it was like they hired people on the other end, paid them like whatever, however many questions they answered, they would send you back answers, bro. Gosh, I can't think of the name of it.
These kids gonna have it too easy now with ChatGPT, man. Like if I had that, I would be hella stupid right now.
Yo, we talked about this the other night, dude. I'm thinking like they'll do what we did and just use the tools at hand and adapt and maybe even be smarter than we think. You know what I mean? Like we grew up with the internet and being able to research anything, and
Definitely,
we turned out all right.
definitely, yeah.
The
I mean,
rate of progression, though, bro, is getting scary, dude. Like, just a couple of months ago, like we had the Dali and even the most recent like Stable Diffusion a couple months ago. I couldn't make hands and it looked stupid kind of, and it like didn't know what to do with the straw and a drink. But like somebody posted Midjourney 5 pictures on the timeline today, and it looks like real photography, bro, and it's like alarming.
Yeah, it's a wrap. I hope you guys watched Terminator lately, and if not, you need to polish up on that because welcome.
Or
We
iRobot,
dude,
here.
or iRobot.
I
Mm.
paid for the membership last night after talking with you guys for GPT-4, and I was up till like 2 a.m. just like plugging things into GPT-4. I woke up late and had to catch up to all your guys' messages in the chat. But dude, it's pretty wild. Dre's right. Like, goodbye, bro.
At work,
Things are gonna change, dude.
my productivity has gone through the roof because like a lot of tedious tasks I've just replaced with Chat GPT, and even like debugging code, it's insanely fast. Like it's like certain things I'll debug on my own. It's pretty easy to do, but then more complex things, like for example, I asked it what are certain solutions for this, and it gave out like 7 steps to do, and it just like researching that on the internet, finding the right answers, especially with coding, like it can get tedious. So
What language are you coding in?
I code in Swift. Swift is Apple's language. It's kind of like Java. It's object oriented. So yeah.
You can just plug code straight into it and ask if there's any errors or ask to kind of look over it, and it'll tell you what it thinks it's wrong,
Yeah,
and you can adapt from there.
yeah. GitHub has one. It's called Autopilot. So it's paid though, and like that thing's crazy too for coding. But ChatGPT 4, I was reading it today. You could draw like a picture, and it's like a framework of how your website, how you want it to look like. So for example, you put tabs, or like you draw an image there, and you draw a square and be like, I want a video here, and it'll scan it and then just create like different variations of a website for you.
Yeah, bro, I saw some of that. I saw the guy who plugged in an Ethereum contract and it told him all the vulnerabilities in it as well. That's what I'm saying. I paid for GPT-4 last night, and like if anybody has any ideas that you want me to run through it, I've already paid for the month, so I'll plug in anything to it.
Ask them,
Just message me.
the trajectory. Ask ChatGPT the trajectory of when people are gonna stop flooding artifacts, and see what that timeline is, and let us know.
Dre always says it the best, bro. It's like completely correlated to floor price. Like people are so emotional over their bags being down as they'll just find anything to make everybody else miserable with them. Like if the floor price was 20 ETH, like if nobody would give a shit about anything, but like people don't want to care about like the bigger, broader vision of things. They just want to find things to nitpick. It's literally tied to sentiment and floor price.
It's a
Sure, there
fact.
are issues out there, right? But there, every single thing that's dropped, there's going to be somebody who finds an issue with something. It's exhausting, dude. And I don't think those people realize how miserable they sound and that it's just not even fun to watch them
try to make everybody else miserable with them. You
I
know,
Yeah,
think
like
Some
they
people
just
they can't even recognize that they're living in that though. That's just part of their day to day at this point in their life. And if they can't recognize that they're there, then they can't recognize how to alleviate those issues. They just want you to feel it. If I feel this way, I want you to feel it too. And that's just how it goes. So that's why we have these glimmer areas, these beautiful lights that carry with spaces like this, like Bad Take, and us being able to talk to each other and just glide through the bear market together, having fun, laughing at little silly shit and laughing at the people who mad about little silly shit too, because that's what helps us get out of that mind frame. It's like working out for real. Like if you're feeling depressed and you go actually release some endorphins and feel good about things, and you forget about those little bullshit instances that give you trouble in the first place. But a lot of people don't have it, so they like, man, fuck you and them shoes and that fucked up ass dad hat. And that shit stink too. Look at that robot vest. Who the fuck what? That shit's whack. Who can laugh about it? Let's point to, you know what I'm saying? Let's invite on the Bad Take.
could
Get them happy
you
again.
think
no,
Vega could do it?
nobody's coming up, bro.
Have Vega do a news clip on it?
That might be a great idea right there.
Oh my
Yo,
god, dude.
I love satire, bro. Like, there's nothing better than to like attack some issues straight head on with satire or comedy. Like, that would be cool as fuck.
I think it depends on perspective too, right? Like, and I always like I'm always pretty optimistic, and I don't know, in things I believe in, I guess. So like it's like if you look at it in terms of perspective, it's like time to eat. You know what I mean? There's a feast out there. It's so cheap right now. Like if you really believe in the project, like this is when, like they say, millionaires and billionaires can be made in a recession, right? It's because they double down on what they believe in and they have the capital too, and it's just so cheap that the returns become insane. So
In a group chat talking about MySpace.
What does that even mean? Dude, I was like, my parents were like Vegas. Like I was limited from that shit, dude. Like I didn't get a phone till real late, and like instant messenger. My dad's like, cable. We're not getting cable. Fuck that shit. We don't need that.
You goddamn kids and your
I had to
cable.
like go over to my neighbor's house and like got like I'd get like literally like shivers, like excitement when I'd hear that dial up go on. I'm like, oh yeah, there it goes.
Oh, screw that. That noise gives me PTSD, dude. That is ridiculous.
Oh,
Not the,
there she goes.
not the dial up. Get off the phone. I need to use it. Yes,
And it's like my
no,
neighbor's
MySpace
mom
was the
yelling
shit.
at me. I'm like, oh, just hold on, Mrs.
Let me send this last message. So I'll be back.
A
Nah, man, that
printout of
shit
like
was
a
life
website
changing.
your boy gave you at school to check out. It's all crinkled in your pocket.
That's so legit, though. Like, there's so many times this cool website to check out, and you gotta actually sit down and type out like every single like part of it. And if it's hella long, you'd be like, oh, that's so lame.
You couldn't text it either, so you just had to write that down. You're like, let me get this right. HTT colon. Like it took me
And then
forever to
stats
realize that first
//
part was the same every time.
It's crazy as hell. But that, I mean, that leads to where we are today, man. We was always in front of that stuff. And people, even back then, was like, why the hell are you wasting time on that? What is that? MySpace? What are you wasting time on that for? Get out of here with that. And I was like, nah, man, this is it, bro. You missing out. I go, man, all the way back to Black Planet. Like, I'm sure a lot of people don't know what the hell it is, but those who know, if you know, you know. That was like the first of the first of the first social media websites. And that shit was lit AF too.
remember when like Google tried to make their own Facebook and it just like completely failed?
Didn't like it like officially shut down like all the way to like if you had one of those accounts, it's like gone now. They warned everybody.
Right before Facebook, they had Hot or Not. And like, do you guys remember that?
I remember that.
Oh yeah, that was a big
What
deal.
about E-Bomb's World?
Yeah.
How about Dragon? You guys remember Dragon?
I remember that. I remember all
I
of
was
that.
thinking that Hot or Not would be cool for clones. Start to get some real ranking on them. Like on like all clones. I'm not just saying like, you know what I'm saying? Like it's all preference. This is like the point is like some people are gonna like them, some people won't. There should be a better way to like it than having to interact with the contract, I guess is what I'm saying.
So wouldn't that be like a clone's version of Bumble
Yeah, it'd be kind
or
of, I think
Tinder?
it'd be kind of fun.
I was making a restaurant Tinder iOS app. I can like pivot it if anyone's serious, you know.
I thought you was gonna do that already, Deep. I thought we already had this conversation. I'm getting deja
I
vu.
got so much on my plate, so I haven't started, but I can if you guys can send me clones. Yeah.
Scrape that shit off your plate. Let's get this CloneX Tinder popping.
Let's do it.
There should be a filter like fudder or non-fudder, you know what I mean? Like you get
Yeah, a filter. Do you complain about everything, or are you just a normal person? That's the filter I want.
When
Am I being insensitive, bro? Somebody in the chat was earlier was saying that we need to sympathize with how people feel and then
That was
like
subscribe, bro. He said that.
yeah,
Oh,
I didn't
he's
want to like
trolling.
name
Is he
names.
trolling?
No,
Dude,
he
I
was
don't know.
serious. He was
I
dead ass serious.
but then I went in to just kind of say, no, I don't really have the time to like give energy to people that just like cannot help themselves but be negative about everything. Like I don't have the time for it. And I do not need to sympathize with them. That's not like, am I being a little brash there? Or do I
Not at
just,
all.
you don't need to, I don't need to spend the energy on there. Like that's not my position in life is to entertain people that are just want to be negative, right? Like if that's what you want to do, like I mean, I'm not a therapist. I don't, I'll just mute and move on, you know?
It gets to a certain extent though. Some people that, you know, that I've tried to help and talk through and walk off the ledge, but they just it's like I said, they just want to be there. Some people just want to jump. And no matter what you say, it's nothing can change. Like I've tried it multiple times and multiple experiences and I mean, I don't even want to say the name because we all know who they are. They done blocked everybody who in the chat now, but I'm trying to have those type of conversations, and it just went like, no, I just feel some type of way. I was like, man, you just if you want to just live here, my guy, go ahead, pitch up a
Uh,
tent and have a good night.
that's who, you know, I think that's who they were saying that we need to sympathize with. And I was like, no, I just don't have the time to do that. I don't have to. I mean, I could have a different point of view than others, right? You don't have to sympathize with everybody who wants to complain about everything. You can
Yeah,
have your point of view as well.
You know,
Sometimes I worry about saying my opinion though. Like, no, that's how I am. I would rather be here with let me look, the 36 people we have in there that are here for like the positive reasons and they're learning, they want to grow with the total community, they want to build in Web3. Like I would rather spend my time and focus with you guys here than go around trying to help and sympathize with the people who are just putting themselves in this mind state and this negativity. This I just don't have time for that, you know. That's just not my calling. My calling is like here with y'all. So
yeah, it's the same with NFTs, right? Like onboarding people. I've had trouble onboarding people, right? But then I'm like, fuck it, I don't even care. They just don't even understand. And but then like as I post more and more and more about it, they're asking me about it, right? Sometimes it's like reverse psychology, I guess. But also like I'm the type of person that just like if I don't like a situation, there's always an option to do something about it, like some sort of action, right? And like sitting there complaining is just not my style, and like it's just off-putting, and it kind of sucks because if people are like being toxic, then the people that have like real criticism and that kind of gets drained out because people are just tired of listening to it, right? And kind of sucks for those people. So
yeah, so let me and I'll clarify. There are a lot of people that gave really good constructive feedback to Artifact or any project that's having issues. Like they give good constructive feedback. I think that's fine, right? But you're right. The people who are just here to engagement farm and complain, it drowns out the people actually trying to help. So again, like I don't have time for those kind of people, you know.
And I think it goes like there's also like the ones that do all the footing, right? I don't even know if it's necessarily that they just are stuck in that mindset. But I come across a lot of them that are like kind of, they want the people that try to help, they want the attention, they're like they'll do that or to troll or whatever, but just to get people to pay attention to them. But I think it also goes the other way as well, like the toxic positivity thing people talk about, like people that don't want to even hear you say genuine like critiques or genuine suggestions. It's like, no, everything's perfect, everything's fine, we're all gonna make it, and like they call you a futter if you even try to say like there's something that might be working. And I've had that happen to me a couple times, and that's really annoying too.
Yeah, that shit drives me nuts.
Yeah, when you're giving like actual feedback and someone's labeling you as a futter. Yeah. See, there's a fine balance, and I try to be on the balance, but I'm also less triggered about anything than most. I'm pretty like nothing really like ticks me off or triggers me. So I try to balance on not being too toxically positive all the time, but just being realistic in general, But not a lot of things bother me, honestly.
I think like
Yeah.
a lot of you guys in the space are older and more mature just in general, right? Like I can get unhinged sometimes too, but I catch myself doing that. But I feel like there are like you can't really tell who's behind these PFPs, right? Maybe it's just people that are young and like need some growing up to do. So it's yeah. I think they just have to learn eventually, right?
Well,
That
I
is
can
so
say
true.
It just depends, man. Like Compound said, I don't like to just give things energy that doesn't necessarily need it if it's have to do with a lot of negativity. But that comes from the discipline that I have within myself. And if I'm not engaging in those daily disciplines like working out or meditating or honestly like drinking enough water or eating well, then I will get petty as hell. Like I'm ready for the petty. Like it seems like you're ready for the petty. Like I'm super short-wicked, and then I'll just go back and forth just because I'm in that space. And that's what I'm saying. It's about being intentional with your energy and your focus. And a lot of people aren't. They don't give a fuck. They just want to tear shit down. They just want to see the world burn. So yeah, I mean, age can affect it, but I think it's just more intentional with your time and energy. And sometimes it just sucks to give your energy to those type of things that end up just sucking you dry anyway.
Put it on a t-shirt, ready for the petty.
Ready for the petty. And on the back it says, seems like you're ready. Ready for the petty.
I love that. I always say I'm a petty queen, but at least I used to be. I think the maturity thing, it's a little bit of that, but for me personally, it's more just I got kids now, and so pretty much I'm exhausted fighting about anything with anybody ever. I don't want to fight with anybody. I'm not gonna argue. I used to be the person that had to have the last word. Oh man, now I'm like I don't even want to. I can't. I've like literally walked away so much more now. So
Yeah.
age, whatever.
Ready for the petty. Anya, what's crack-a-lackin'? You singing the song on stage, or are we just gonna keep it in the group chat? What's good?
No, I have to keep it in the group chat. It's too late at night. My vocal cords are shot from talking to myself all day.
You say that every time it's time to sing, and then you sing
No.
laying down or some crazy shit underwater, and it come out crazy anyway.
No, I was just coming up to defend my honor after Deep just called me old, being in here. So I just wanted to. No, I'm just kidding. I've been loving the discourse. I really appreciate everybody and their viewpoints and everything. It's been a long day. So, yeah, I love you guys. I know that sometimes like the feedback is tough, like to sort through, and I've said this before. I'll continue to reiterate it that like everyone's viewpoints are really valid here. Like we grow by giving criticism, and all this like is important for us to move to the next level. And so it can be detrimental, I think, when the hate is coming from like people who don't have anything to do with it and are just kind of feeding off of the sentiment that is being thrown around like within the community, and are like, see, Artifact sucks, I told you, and so that's really hard. But I think that when there's like open discussion in a way that like we can talk about it back and forth like human beings instead of the computer warriors that exist to, you know, destroy people's sentiment and lives, and that makes them happy and stuff. Like I just want to be able to be here with the community to talk and have that conversational, you know, viewpoints and everything. Like I live to learn from other people who are coming from different backgrounds and have different viewpoints, and you know, are have different tastes than I do. You know, I said to somebody earlier about like the alien pepper. I did not like the design before. I love the design now because the color matches with the skin tone of the alien. And it was in my mind, I was like, oh, that's a perfect color. Like, that's great. But a lot of people brought in with that, you know, that understanding that it was going to be exactly that tone and the, you know, patching was going to be similar. And so, but it's, again, we're not all the same. And I don't recommend it because that wouldn't be any fun either. You know, we're meant to be different. We're meant to hold different viewpoints. We're meant to come from different areas and appreciate one another for being so different. You know, because it's, you know, that's what this part of life is about.
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. I do want to know, outside of the FUD, and like, how does this hit you? You being a community leader, having to sort through a lot of this like chalky white bullshit that you gotta deal with, right? Like the grainy, nasty shit that's been on the ground for 3 days and now it's turning gray. It's like, I'm going to that. But how do you feel? How do you have to deal with this? Like, how was it for you?
So there's two things here I think that are really important is that we've grown a lot, like as a community. I think there are fewer people here that are just willing to call me bad names and outright, you know, trash me as an individual. I think that there are a lot of people that understand the perspectives of those who are within the team and what their roles are. And, you know, obviously I didn't choose the designs. Like, you know, there's different aspects of that. I'm really grateful for those who continue to remember those and you know, remember that I'm a human too. You know, I'm just here hanging out with my babies all day, you know, like making snacks and getting juice boxes for everybody and, you know, doing all that stuff. But, you know, responding to messages and being just as positive and forthright as I can be within my limits, of course, you know. So, and I think the second thing is for me personally, I had to take breaks like in between because I have this like great power to be kind of see outside myself and look for some sort of positivity or look within like other people's perspectives and be like, yeah, like I can see that for sure, even though it might not be my own opinion or my own point of view. I can see where that's coming from and give them like, you know, communication that makes sense. But you know, after a while, like there's always just going to be things that I can't respond to. Like it just, some of it I can't. It's like outside of me where there's like intentional and, you know, painful negative sentiment that's expressed that it's not reasonable for me to respond to that. And for that I have to like take breaks. So like, you know, for the first couple hours of the day after I had come online and kind of assessed the situation and what the sentiment was and jumped in, immediately had to kind of like just slow down, take a break, you know, after a few hours and have lunch and you know, get a baby down for a nap and stuff. But those are kind of my two takeaways from, you know, how I'm dealing with it. And honestly, through the course of the day, like it's I'm really hopeful, and I truly believe that as we get these things, we're going to be over the moon, like to feel and to see those like physical items in person. It's going to be a triumph. I'm very excited for that to be now. The future is now. Make it now.
No, I appreciate that. That's what's up. It's always
That
good
was
to hear
actually
from a different perspective, for real.
it was a good perspective because I always try to balance. It's really hard to sift through the people who have really good, genuine like feedback and the people who have no stake and they are really just kind of there just to
cause problems. And I just want to say that our community leaders, our community managers, and our Discord mods are amazing at it. Because I jump in the Discord or I'll jump on the timeline and I just kind of am overwhelmed, like trying to figure out like who's sincere and who just wants to like talk shit, right? And the Discord mods and you guys are so level headed, right? Like, because I do have to step back a little bit and kind of delete maybe something I have typed up and go, you know what, just be the bigger man this time. Like, you don't need to get petty. You don't need to even respond to that because that person might be just looking for attention. And if you respond to it, then you're gonna fall right into what they wanted, right? They wanted to bring out an emotion in you, right? So shout out to Discord and our community managers. Like, you guys are really, really good at kind of just being level-headed with everybody and kind of taking in everybody's feedback positively. Like, shout out you guys. What is up, Hondro?
Yo, so I had to hop up here. For one, just I love what you guys are doing, love the spaces. I need to hop into these more. Two, if anyone out there is listening and I hear that you are insulting Anya in any way, shape, or form, I'm finding where you live. I'm hopping on a plane and we're fighting because Anya is like the sweetest human being ever. So I will never take any Anya slander ever. So just let that be a warning to y'all. And then two, I just wanted to kind of like touch on the like FUD versus feedback thing. So like I want to make it clear that like a lot of us on the team, when we're looking at things like the last couple days or things in the past, like we don't just label everything as FUD. And like to me, I label very few things as FUD anymore. So like when there's holders coming to me or on the timeline or in Discord voicing concerns or criticisms or opinions on things, even if they don't align with mine, like I take that all as like a valuable lesson that I can be learning to help Artifact grow and learn more about what people want to see us do. Where I like label things as FUD is like if I see somebody who doesn't own anything Artifact related comes on the timeline is like, oh, look at this Kmart level bullshit or something like that. Like that's where I go, okay, like this is just some dude who's trying to pump his own bags. If you're going, hey, look at this quality, but look at my one of one thing that I spent 18 hours hand stitching, like I'm so much better. Like that's where I got some problems because like one thing I won't ever accept is slander on the quality of things Artifact puts out. Because, like, if you were in Miami, you got to see some of the physicals up close. Like, Z is not skimping on quality on anything. But I do understand the frustrations around some of the articles of clothing looking different from the original render. So, like, things like that are definitely where there's for sure lessons learned that need to be had and that we have taken, and we've already implemented new processes in the last day basically that'll ensure things like this just don't happen again. And I know you guys hear that a lot, but I think it's just one of the things that comes with the territory when we're trying to push the envelope and do things our own way, that like there's going to be a lot of growing pains along the way, and there's always going to be lessons learned, like no matter what. I don't think anything's ever perfect, but it's just one of those things from an Artifact perspective and from my perspective. Like I'm not going to sit back and have somebody go like, oh, just look at what Yuga did or look at what Azuki did, like just do that, because it's like, yeah, they do dope shit, but I don't want to be like someone else. Like we don't want to just be another X. Like we want to be the only Y. And so it's, to me, I mean, yeah, things like the last few days have kind of sucked, but I've also heard from people who are like, you know what, I actually think some of this shit's much doper. Like personally, I would have bought the robot vest if I knew it was that color purple. I didn't buy it because I didn't think I could pull off that light purple. So I'm a little mad at myself there, but that again, it's a personal preference thing, and it's always going to be subjective.
Well, let me ask a couple of questions. First of all, I appreciate the input because I know it's needed and a lot of people need to hear it. But my question is, if you guys can answer this, and it's not too deep of a question, it's more surface level. When you see the renderings and then you guys saw the samples, did it come up to be like, hey, this is kind of different? They might trip about this. Or was it even a factor at all? Like, oh, this is fire. Let's fuck it. Let's put it out.
So, to my understanding of the process is like the renders came first, like before there was any discussions with anyone on the physicals. And so then when you sit down to start designing the physicals, there's a lot more things that come into play that you don't necessarily think about while you're designing something digital only. And so I think there's just some limitations on some things when it boiled down to it in terms of timeline / materials available, where it was just like, could we make something closer to the render? Sure. But is the quality going to be something we want to put our name on? No. So like where the changes were made, it was basically to improve quality instead of sacrificing that in order to deliver something that more closely resembled the original picture.
No, fact. I feel that. I know a lot of people was talking about this robot vest keeps being the talk of the town, right? They kept on saying stuff like neoprene, and I haven't heard anybody talk about neoprene in like honestly maybe almost 10 years because I know it's such a dope fabric or material to use, but I also know it's hella expensive to even convert into anything. So people were expecting that to be the robot jersey, and of course it wasn't. But I understand if you've dealt with clothes or fashion on that level where you had to construct something out of certain materials that is that costly, like neoprene or like that metallic color that I was talking about with the reptile sneakers, or like a 3M material, that shit is crazy expensive to utilize. But um it does come out in a certain type of way, but it's hard to mass produce. So I totally understand exactly the points that you're making, and I
And it's
appreciate
just
you saying that.
also neoprene. It's as somebody who it's been years since I've scuba dove, but like neoprene is such a nightmare to maintain. Like
Bruh.
keep looking good, like, and so it's one of those things where I don't think it's possible. But like to the materials, like the things like the vest, the pants, that sort of thing, like it's all using essentially like the same materials that Nike uses on the ACG line. So it's all kind of that higher end, more durable materials. So it's like there definitely wasn't. It's not like we used a cheaper material to make the vest. We actually ended up using a more durable, easier to maintain and care for material. And to me, like I love the darker purple. Purple's one of my favorite colors, and I'm kicking myself for not buying the vest after I saw, even the bad cell phone quality from the factory photos, because I like the darker purple personally.
Yeah, no. But like you said, the people in Miami got to see it up front and up close and personal. Like I took some videos of it when we were in the shop down for Art Basel, and I know it's quality stuff. Like when you grab like the sleeves, for instance, and I'm just posting this video up in the comments. When you grab the sleeves and usually you stretch it apart, the picture, if it's low quality, the picture would stretch. It wouldn't necessarily be as vibrant and connected as it usually is because of the way that they print it. But I did it purposely to see if it would be like a cheaper material. And like you said, it was more heavy duty, more sturdier of a material. So I agree with you 110%. But like you said, and like I've been saying all night, man, people just sometimes just want to have some shit to say. They want to FUD and be pissed about stuff just to be pissed about stuff. So I appreciate you jumping up here and even giving us clarification.
And for sure, and like I said, like I don't want to dismiss that. Like if I know there's people out there pissed about the vest, and they have every right to be pissed because it's not the exact look they wanted, it's not the exact color they thought it would be. So like I get that, and to me, it's where in our process, we just learned that it's like, okay, like if these decision changes need to be made, like we need to take it as an opportunity to involve the community in some like education on everything that goes into this process. So like we document, we can document how this process unfolds, what the design process looks like, what things go through, like those different steps. And if we can pass that along to our community, now all of a sudden they're learning something, right? Like they're learning what goes on in design meetings. They're learning about different, textile information and all that thought process if they want to learn. If they don't, you can skip over that tweet or whatever. But to me, it's just it's something we have now learned that, stuff like this may happen in the future, but like if it does, like this is what needs to happen in order to like try to avoid some of these frustrations. Because a lot of people I heard from are just like, look, I wouldn't be mad if you just told us. You just said, hey, like the design process is going rough to make it exactly like this. Like this is where we're at, and I don't, and I completely agree with that. It's a completely valid take. So I think it's just one of those things. Again, another lesson learned that is just going to help us grow and deliver a better experience to our community as we continue to build and grow and do just dope game-changing shit. I mean, Murakami's never had an official Nike collab before this, and here we are.
No, that's big facts. That's a bar right there within itself, for real. That's a crazy bar. Well, did y'all even say that though? Like, this is different. What do we want to do with this? Or was it even a flag at all? Did it come up as a flag, or is it just like, oh no, this is cool. It's going to go. Like you say, people come to you and say we should have more communication. What if you don't know that you should communicate about these situations, right? Because you don't necessarily look at it as a situation that needs to be spoken about.
Right. And so like for me personally, like since I wasn't involved in those design meetings, because I'm not a designer, I'm a community manager, like it was one of those things I didn't know either, right? Until, the first time I saw the puffer was the first time you guys saw the puffer. But I think part of that is also, I think, a learning experience where we can go back to the design team and be like, hey, look, like maybe involve one of the community managers in this process. Like, let us just be a fly on the wall. So if something does like this were to come up, we could, be like, yo, hey, like, I love what y'all are doing and everything, but like, if things are changing, like, this is something that should be communicated out, type deal. Because like, I think one of the hard parts that we're working through is like we have insanely talented people on our team, from 3D to physical to all this stuff, but like not everyone is always thinking from everything from the same angles as like I would as a community manager. And so, to a designer, they're focused on designing something. They're not worried about, like, okay, well, this is changing. What is our community going to think, this, that, or the other? Because to them, their job is to design dope clothing. And so that's what they're doing. And so I think it's just where in that process where we get more different teams involved, and you don't want too many cooks in the kitchen, but, somebody like me could bring in a different perspective where it allows us to then take what's going on and flip that into a way to connect with our community by just improving that communication and not involving them in the process, but like it almost feels like you're watching it through a factory tour in a way where like if you're seeing the process as we go on, then you start to feel more involved.
No, I agree. I'm gonna say this last thing and let the homie Damascus get up here, but I agree with exactly you just said. I said this earlier to Anya. I said it earlier to OG, and since you're now here, I'm gonna say it again. Come and get your guy, man. Like you guys, if y'all need somebody who understand the streetwear shit, I've said it many a times before. I'm gonna shield myself one more time. Come and get your guy. I'm here for you, with you. We are in this together. We can do this together. Tell your homies to tell your homies to tell your homies. I know somebody. Come and get your guy.
I mean, hit up Toby, man. Toby's the legend that does a lot of the design work on the season 1 stuff. He did, all the graphics for the DNAs, and I know he is heavily involved with Travis and Z in the design process. though. I mean, definitely just hit him up.
I'm gonna hit him up. Tell 1 Tooth we can get together. We can be 3 Tooth together. Let's do this.
All right, I got you.
I appreciate you, brother. Damascus, what's good, man? I don't even know how to say your name. Is Damasky?
Hey, how's it going? Damashi is fine.
That's
Damashi.
cool. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. How's it, guys? Yeah, just regarding the whole design process and the anomalies with what was shown versus what was put out. Could it not all just be, avoided in the future if you back design from first actually doing physical clothes and then developing the digital to render that out?
No, for sure. That's also another major piece that would prevent any of this from happening as well. And we haven't had the full lessons learned discussion on the team yet, just because we're all heads down trying to actually get everything out to everyone. But for sure, it's definitely something that the team had brought up today and will be probably heavily discussed in those future conversations, where if we just go into any future clothing and be like, hey, you know what, let's just prototype this stuff out first. Let's see what materials we can do, and then build renders off of that. That it's definitely another excellent way that you can avoid kind of any of this potential criticism, frustration, because, if you have your design basically solidified first, barring any crazy, hurdles in supply chain or anything like that, then yeah, for sure that would be a solid way to go about it as well.
Dope. Yeah, that makes sense.
I guess that's it. I don't want to keep
real quick
jumping in your throat with questions.
On Hondra, appreciate you being up here. I mean, I guess in that same meeting, if someone brought it up, is like, well, maybe we should bring up the changes, because they look different. It'd be like, well, then we got to tell them all the things that we think that are different, that we think look better. It's just like a judgment call, and at some point, it's like, I mean, Z and all the other Toby and the other guy you referenced, it's like that's their art. That's what they're really good at. So, I think that, next time what'll happen is there'll be more time you'll know who your manufacturer is. You'll know how to be able to know what they can do, what they can't do, what material, and so then you'll be able to reverse engineer, just like you and Damasky were just saying. So it's all good stuff. I really appreciate you being here tonight, and Anya, obviously, all the time.
Yeah, for sure. No, happy to hop up. And it's definitely one thing I'm really big on, is wanting to put out more educational content for our community, just so that people can learn what goes into these design decisions. Because like when I get to talk to Toby or Z about these things, like I always learn so much, because it's a completely new world for me. Like I've never been involved in that process outside of just like walking into a Nike store and actually buying clothing. So, it's super dope to see what goes into it, and like the attention to detail that these guys have. Like I think on the CIRLs, the stone ones, I think Toby went through like 50 or 60 different color swatches on the strap before he found one that fit his vision. And so like it's just insane, like the amount of detail and thought that goes into like just like even the most minor things that these guys do. And I think it'd be dope to highlight that. Not a lot of people know what Toby fully does, and I think it'd be super dope to be able to have these articles or videos or things highlighting just their thought process to educate our community, but also like to sort of highlight these people, to showcase what they actually do behind the scenes, and how much thought goes into their work. It's pretty insane to watch.
It's an excellent idea, man. Damn, that's a beautiful idea. I wonder this too, because that's a more of an artistic way of expression, right? And we always had these conversations here in Bad Take about how people are creators in different type of ways, where a majority of the people who are in CloneX are creators when it comes to 3D art. Other people creating other forms of facets. I know Vega being a music artist, right? I've also created music as well. So I know how sensitive you can be with releasing your art form to the world. And I wonder how it works with, it's like a Toby when he releases something like this collection and it gets received like this, how it hits him and what his thought process is behind it, like his reaction, like because he's an artist himself, and I know as an artist we're sensitive about what we do create. So I'm very curious if any of you guys know how it hits him to hear that type of feedback when it comes to his art.
I mean, every time I talk to him, he's like one of the nicest, happiest people. So I think, to me, I think the feedback he receives from like Z and other people in the fashion industry when he talks to them about these things, like I think, not to like put anyone down, like I think that's where he probably takes the most praise from. So like if people that know how these things happen and everything that goes into it are super hyped on what he's doing, like I think he's pretty stoked on that. I think seeing like the community that's hyped on things like gets him hyped, and I think he just chooses to focus on the hype more than the people who aren't down on it, because like at the end of the day, like you said, art is subjective. And so I think, especially with kind of the like acid graphics type thing that Toby does, I think he knows it's not something that's necessarily everyone's cup of tea. So I think he's just accepting of the fact that like there's going to be people that love it, there's going to be people that hate it. And so I've never seen him get down on himself because of anything that is popping up on, Twitter or Discord or this, that, or the other. Just because I think there's a pretty even balance that comes back to us in all honesty on these things. We see a lot of negative, but we also see a lot of positive. And so I think it's what you choose to focus on, that, if you're proud of your art and you know that there's a group of people who are super pumped on your art, then you got to just focus on those people that are happy and then continue to deliver for those people. Because the minute you change to start delivering just for the negative, like, is when things really start spiraling downhill, because then you're not sticking true to yourself.
Bars. That's bars. No, I appreciate it. Kira, what's good, man?
You know, today I've been dealing with a lot of dumbasses that keep messaging me to ask me how I feel about the shoes. Okay, so has no one ever seen like a render of something and then like realize that they have to make the materials out of real materials? I'm not trying to say like people are uneducated, but um I'm pretty sure it's in the terms of service that it wasn't going to be identical to a fucking 3D render, man. And like at this point, I keep having to go back to being like, all right, send me your wallet, just to ask them a question. Because if they actually had an asset, I probably would have sent the guy the 0.5 ETH. I go to check his wallet. He has a bunch of fucking sappy seals and a bunch of other nonsense. How like, you don't collect shoes, bro? These are not made for you. They're not for you. There's like, yo, people get this misconstrued. They think that they can have an opinion on everything when they're not even part of the culture. Like, if you want to become a part of the culture, the way of getting into it isn't just by assuming shit, it's by reading. And like, yo, I'm fed up. Like, I don't get it. Like, all the shoes look good. Like, that's why I bought a couple today, because I was like, fuck it. I might as well get a couple pairs, even though I'm not going to wear them. I can hang them on my wall and like give them as gifts and stuff, right? So I don't know. The demon pattern, the like, they have to understand too. You can't get all of those materials because some of them might be assigned to just like Jordans and whatever. Like there's a lot of like internal workings that go with the material selection. The fact that they even look similar and they don't look like a pair of fucking Bapes does. People should be fucking excited right now, not fucking going crazy about, oh, you guys are down bad. I'm not down bad. You're down bad. You care about something you can't own or you don't own, and that doesn't. I don't know, man. The founders need to like just understand that, like, yo, if people aren't happy, it's not for you to try and make everyone outside of the community happy. We're here. We're not fucking going anywhere. Like, maybe I'm ignorant, but like, I see sneakers as like, it's like the same thing as fine art collecting. I know people that have pairs of shoes that they'll never put on that are insured for more than my vehicle, and I have a nice vehicle. So I don't know, man.
Yeah, that's the other thing, like, that I've been learning in this process that I didn't realize, because, like, I always thought, like, Air Force One to me is, like, one of the most iconic, easily recognizable Nike shoes, right? Like, everyone was stomping in their Air Force Ones back in the 2000s. And so, like, to me, like, I knew it was big, but I don't think people understand how hard it is to get Nike to let you do a collaboration on an Air Force One, because it's their bread and butter. Like, the Air Force One, like, I don't remember the exact numbers, but it's like, I think it's close to nearly 50% of their revenue is like Air Force Ones alone, which is insane considering how many shoes they have. And so to like get buy off on an Air Force One is absolutely insane. And now the fact that Artifact will have, what is this, 23 total? No, 20, 25? No, shit, it's like 27. Like 27 total collab Air Force Ones is just, it's absolutely insane. And so, like, that was the other thing when people are like, oh, this announcement isn't legendary. And it's like, I don't think you guys understand how hard it is to actually get an Air Force One approved by Nike. Like, and then
it took 20 years for Tiffany and Co. to get an official Nike.
Right. And then to put the blade on the other side of that it's insane. Like, it's like, I keep going back and forth whether I'm going to wear mine, because I'm like, okay, I got those Murakami drips. I'm like, I want to flex them, but like, maybe that can like be my kid's college fund someday. I don't know. Like, and so it's like, I just want to like highlight how much of a milestone like that is for, you know, people like Z and Chris who like grew up on Nikes, and, you know, especially Z just being like such a legend in the, you know, UK sneaker scene, and like actually getting to make all these crazy Air Force Ones is such a dope highlight of his career. And like, I wish he could get more flowers for that milestone.
Bro, I got paid like 20 bands to go take pictures of God rest his soul, the Off-White guy. Sorry,
Virgil.
Virgil, yeah. Of Virgil Abloh. I got paid 20 bands to go take pictures, and I got a pair of shoes. Okay, I like, who the hell has $20,000 to call up their random homeboy that has a nice camera to go and take pictures of some other guy? And like, I'm usually busy, but I did it because it was 20 bands. And I don't know very many people that have that type of capital that they're willing to invest. Like, see, this is a lost art of conviction. People in this space have zero fucking conviction. Not only do they not read, they also don't know how to do math. And they have zero conviction, and they wonder why, like, the entire collections that they want to collect just go to zero. Because you don't understand the intrinsic value of what you own. Like, I can tell when somebody hasn't come from nothing and they've had like excess their whole lives because they just act dumb like this. And it doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
But this goes into the conversations that we have here all the time, right? And it's a point that I always prove. And I appreciate you saying that too, Hondro, because that's the information that people need to hear to get them to have a different perspective, because they can only hear it so much from other points of views. But we talk about this all the time in Bad Take about how people who are into this project with CloneX jumped into it for multiple reasons, different reasons, right? Some people jumped in just for the technical side of things. Some people jumped in for the actual wearable side of things. Some people jumped in just for the shoes. And people who understand shoes and shoe culture get how big of a deal this is. But we are so few and far between as collectors in this project. We can only scream so much about how dope this shit is. Not only the Air Force Ones, but even the CIRLs, even though, you know, people have their own opinions about those as well. But exactly what you said, how iconic it is to have such a silhouette, to be able to create your own design with and on it, like, is out of this level stuff. And people still finding a reason to be upset about it when they don't even recognize how truly legendary it is. But it's just a perspective shift because, like you said, if you didn't grow up in sneakers, you don't know to be hype about that. That's why that message has to be conveyed more than anything else. Like, yo, you should be happy about this. Like, look at this, right? And however you got to get that energy and that messages, those messages out there for people to even be happy about. That's the point, because it boils down to the formula I always say, the awareness. People are lacking so much awareness when it comes to this side of the project involving the sneakers and the wearables. They have no idea to be hype. But those same people get hype when they see their favorite influencer wearing or sporting or rocking these hard, iconic sneakers. Then they just want to be hyped because XYZ wore them, and XYZ is popular, and people gonna know who they are and what they're wearing. So if I get a pair, it'll make me feel that way. So the formula has to be applied. The awareness has to be there for the hype to be there to create the FOMO, and then it's a wrap. I've been saying this for months. I'm gonna keep saying it until it happens because I know it's inevitable. But that's the information that needs to be out there.
Yeah, for sure. And like I think like I love how diverse our community is because like you were just kind of pointing out, like you got people that are investors, you got people that are creators, you got sneakerheads, fashion people. And so to me, like that's why we almost have like a unique problem in the NFT space where it's like our community is so diverse that like there's going to be stuff we do that just misses the mark for a group of people. You know, there's some people they only care about CloneX, and that's dope. And like if they only want to care about CloneX, they can only care about CloneX. Like if you only want to care about the shoes and stuff we're doing, only care about the shoes we're doing. And so, but like we as Artifact need, like it's something we just need to learn how to manage better. Like how do we balance all of those different perspectives and aspects and deliver something that's truly dope, or at least put out that educational content that maybe gets that person who's only into CloneX being like, you know what, like I never thought about shoes, but when you put it that way, like, and how historic that milestone is, like that is actually pretty dope. Like, and maybe they start learning about something like that, or, you know, vice versa. You know, you get the sneakerhead that they get the shoe part. They go, well, why do I need that avatar? And then you know, you show them Vega, you show them what, you know, some of our communities doing, the videos, the comics, you know, this, that, or the other. And they go, oh shit, like you can do that. And it, you know, it gets them going down that rabbit hole. And so to me, it's just how do we find that balance and how do we better portray the different parts of the ecosystem so that the people that really care about those parts of the ecosystem can treat it as if it's its sole entity, but then also find that way to combine it all so that for those people that do want a little bit of everything, feel that it all makes sense as a whole.
Talking teams. You're talking teams. Get the right players on the right teams to do and play their position. Every player on a basketball team has his own position to play, their own responsibilities, their own duties, and they play that position. You're a power forward, you're supposed to get in the paint, you're supposed to score, you're supposed to get the rebounds. You're a center, same situation. You're a point, you're supposed to push the ball up the court, right? You're talking teams. Get the people who understand those specific parts of the project and get them to just deal with those specific parts and those specific parts only. Because other than that, everybody else who's trying to cover all positions on that team will be stretched so thin that they don't even know what position they're supposed to be playing initially. So you're talking teams.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I mean, we definitely have our specialists. I think where we need to make that up now is getting more more of our generalists involved in the multiple things, because that's to me where things can start getting tied together. You know, like me as a community manager, I have the perspective of talking to the community, you know, getting the vibes out there, growing a movement like Lime Gang, that sort of shit. And so like if I can learn what Toby's doing, or I can learn what, you know, our 3D team's doing, and I can find a way to put that in digestible content that I can then put out, like that's where we start merging those different spaces. And I think getting the community to grow and expand and learn new things, and like maybe become a sneakerhead, or maybe become interested in 3D, or whatever it is. So
Yo, you
again,
nailed it though, Hondro, because I was here for CloneX and I was here for kind of the NFT side of things, the investing side. But it wasn't until I got around Dre Mill and, you know, Pompisha and a few others that I got interested in the sneakers part, right? They educated me on the streetwear. They educated me on the sneaker side. It wasn't what I was initially here for, but there are a lot of people here for different reasons. And you're right. I think that the cross like learning of the different aspects of artifacts is important. I think that's what like we can do as a community. And I think Dre makes a really good point. Like if there's someone out there who is deep in that culture, that is like sole focus is educating the community on sneakers and educating them on streetwear, that could be super beneficial as well. Like because I didn't even own any of the Air Force Ones, and I didn't mint anything from season one, not even the free T-shirt. But it wasn't until chatting with Dre and Pumpisha in here that I got, you know, 4 pairs of drips and 2 angels. You know, I was educated by them, and I'm not afraid to say that. But that wasn't why I initially was here, but now I'm here for it because I learned.
my man's was just gonna disrespect the free T-shirt that's got
Can you believe it?
CEO of all times code written on it.
So I put it off, and I was like, okay,
God forgive him.
I got to claim it before this date here, right? But the date was in a time zone that I thought it was in Pacific time, but it was in a different time zone. I missed it by like 2 hours. So yeah, I didn't get anything from season one, and I had to buy Air Forces on secondary. So that's all right though.
You know where all those Miami tees went now, Hondro? Compound like 100 of them.
We didn't know who actually stole the Genesis T already. Like,
that's exactly right.
No. I got Pump and Baron as friends who I know have a bunch of those Genesis tees. So you got to keep your well friends close. You know what I'm saying?
That is honestly one of the cooler tees. The T-shirts, man, God, they're so quality. I can't wait for the warm weather here.
I can't wait for you guys to get the World Cup jerseys too. Those things they're so sick. Like the lettering and numbers they got on them. It's like an iridescent thing.
I am dying for my notification, Hondro. I don't need any updates from you. I am dying for this.
People are getting them. Do you know that, Chase?
Yeah, Monday.
Shut up, Baron. I know that. I'm dying over here.
Okay, just making sure. Yeah, Eth got his. Just in case you didn't know.
They're dope.
Wait, he got it or he got the notification?
He got his notification earlier this
morning. Okay.
morning.
I thought he got his. I was about to jump out my window.
Don't do that.
I don't think anyone's got them in hand yet, but man, the professional photos we had for those things, I mean, the render does it justice. It's almost identical to the render. It's pretty insane how exact that render is to the final product. So super excited to start seeing those out in the wild.
But those Oregon Duck jerseys was crazy fire too, man. The ones that came with the helmet, that was crazy fire.
Crazy, bro. I saw your pictures, Dre, and I was mind blown.
Yeah, that was dumbass dope. I haven't had any Oregon anything outside of those Ducks of a Feather Air Max 1s, and this jersey's ridiculous.
I made a mistake there. Yo, Hondro, can I ask you a question? Do you guys ever run any more than what the quantity says? And I know this is a crazy question but like on some of these things so that you can seed, like how do you seed? Does Artifact just mint some as a team and then that way it's counted in the quantity and then you seed that way?
Yeah, so typically, there's some seeding where a lot of like a celebrity's not going to really care about the NFT part of it, right? So there's some of that. So there's some physical overages that are made for seeding purposes, or there are slight margins on a lot of the things that we make just in case things get lost in the mail, or somebody's hoodie or shirt or whatever is damaged in transit. We don't want to be like, oh well, we can't replace it, sorry, sucks to be you. So there is definitely some of that, but it's
I figured there
not
had to be.
mass amounts.
Is that how like friends and family works in the other, like where they do a little extra? I mean, I figure you have to do. I mean, stuff gets lost, stuff gets damaged, so it makes sense to me. I'm looking forward to the Air Force Ones getting out to some people.
Yeah, for sure. So like, for full transparency, we don't do like friends and family. Like, as artifact staff, like, we're not given these things. Like, we can try to mint them, like we're free to do that, but because
To be wrecked.
No, I think he
No.
got muted on accident.
Did you mute him, Jared?
No, I'm touching
No, it
button.
was me. I was trying to accept somebody. I got freaking fat thumbs, man. It's my broken thumb. It's like the size of 3 thumbs right now. I'm sorry, Andro.
Hey, Hondro, Jay said he's the captain out here, bro.
nah, so I don't even know where I got muted, but so like, as artifact employees, like, we're not like given any of like the NFTs or clothing like that. Without, like, we can mint everything, like, obviously, but just because of how some people view NFTs, like, we just don't want there to be any sort of like nepotism, insider trading type appearance. So like, we don't do like a friends and family per se, but yeah, they're definitely. I mean, there's no surprise that there is seeding. Everyone saw, DJ Khaled in his artifact hoodie, and so for things like that, it's typically, either the team will mint some out with the team wallet and funds based, if they want to deliver the NFT as part of it as well, or there's been some times where just a physical's made to send to somebody because they're likely not going to care about the NFT side of things, or they're not somebody who's known to have NFTs. So it's like, just get them the physical product, and like seeding, you kind of hope they flex it, like we did see a few times with DJ Khaled when he got both his hoodie, and I think he put his crypto kicks on one of his stories as well.
Yo, I was gonna well, I didn't mute you because I was looking at the eBay listing of the Drake CIRL. Is that Drake's CIRL up there for real?
We think so, but I can't confirm if it is or isn't. But I think that's based on
Correct.
pricing. I think that's what we got. I think it's going for charity. So
They're going for big buckaroos.
Smackaroonies.
The smackaroonies.
got like the full.
All right, now I am going to mute you too with your smackaroonie talk. Come on now.
He is
Oh,
stuck.
shit. That was my bad.
That
Guys,
one was not me.
that is kind of perfect for the situation that I'm in. There are a couple of friends, uh, and I basically tuned them in a less serious but a very entertaining space. And then the second time, I jumped to the bed take. And everything, like everyone was serious, and we were actually paying attention. So that moment of joy and like the opportunity for her to know that those are like real people was precious.
Smackaroonies.
Polly, Dre Mill is not real people. I'm just letting you know. Dre Mill is not real people.
I'm sorry.
But
Sorry to
that
burst
was
your bubble.
actually so they first saw the interface, and they asked if you guys are real people. And I was like,
Sorry.
oh my god.
Robots. We're all bots.
God help us.
Smackaroonies. All right, so
They are filmmakers, extremely intelligent, just not that much, like, actually into NFTs and building their, like, startup around this idea, but they haven't discovered the joy of being part of the community, or they just feel comfortable in the community they have. Let me distract them. Guys,
Isn't
okay,
that the
we
best
are
part, though?
online.
Good evening.
Guys are discussing smackaroonies. You can introduce yourself. Asya.
Smackaroonies.
How many people are here?
40.
40 people. Okay,
Where
now
are
I
you
feel
guys right now, Polly?
responsibility, even responsibilities. The topic is I can talk only about tangible and intangible worlds. This is the only topic. Amazing. This is the only topic I can like talk like that. Do you need to
Impress, guys. First insight that comes to your mind on that topic.
What's the topic again?
Tangible and
intangible. Untangible. How to pronounce it in the correct way? Intangible or untangible?
Tangible is something that you can
Intangible.
experience with your
You can
senses.
touch, yes.
And what are the senses?
Intangible that you can experience only in the third dimension, where we don't have possibility to touch or to smell, or to even feel. We can experience.
You know what tangible is? Air Force Ones by Mary.
Wow. Guys, that's such a nice introduction. Are we inviting Asya to join the space sometime this week or next week? So,
Yep.
Asya, last question. So, from those 16 avatars, which one is your favorite?
From first sight?
Like everything you see on the screen. Which
myself or no? What I associate with myself or in general?
You recognize.
I need to say Polly. Polly is the best, of course. Like
oh my god.
Is it a product placement? No, we can't do like that.
Yeah, so I love it. I wouldn't.
But Dre Mill is intangible, so you should choose him.
Let me rephrase this question. This question. From the ones that you just see today, because you saw
right now, not today in general, because today is so many avatars.
There is no right or wrong question.
Of course, I like purple a lot. I have several.
Anika?
Pick me.
Show me. Tangible, intangible. Okay. There's someone from potential, but potential.
Don't pick Jace.
Ugly monkeys are cute.
I love the humans laughing.
Everybody wave.
What to
Everybody
do?
wave.
Is it?
You are the best, guys.
It's a responsible part of this space.
Yes, just say good night. They're discussing
good
some
night,
serious
but I like
things.
all the purple avatars that I can see right now, and at least there are 3 of them.
Okay.
Oh, the purple background.
Okay, now we know
purple forever.
Trait.
She likes the robots' purple backgrounds, and then Anya's purple hair.
Why do I feel like a monkey in a cage that people are staring at but not liking right now?
We're being looked at from the real world. They're looking into the metaverse at us.
I'll talk to you soon.
Who was it that said we need to play Hot or Not earlier with the clones?
Right.
Now we're in it.
Swipe left, or is it swipe right?
All right, Polly, who's hot and who's not? That's what we got to ask.
Yeah, Polly, ask her that. Ask her the real stuff, man.
Let's start with this. Is Compound a girl or a guy?
You know what? I saw some renders of Compound.
I saw that render, and those hips don't lie, bro.
Yeah, bro. I don't know. I would want him to be a guy because that's my guy. But that render, it got my giblets going. So I don't know.
Dick.
Compound hates like cigarettes. Like he's so concerned that someone's gonna think that his angel's smoking a cig, even though it's called a cigar, that he won't put it up.
Yeah,
bro, it's a cigar, dude. I looked at the traits.
I know it is, but you're still concerned about it. I feel like, and I respect that. I respect that.
My angel doesn't smoke cigarettes.
I know. It's a big deal for you.
It might be like cloves. Remember people smoking cloves in the 90s when they thought it was cool?
Oh my God, those things smelled so bad.
Okay, so here's a fun question if we want to move on to something fun. In the inventory app /site, will he be able to remove that cigarette and re-PFP it? Oh.
To my knowledge, no. The PFP is the PFP. Like I think as things stand right now in the NFT world, it's pretty frowned upon to change the actual PFP itself. So my understanding is that inventory wouldn't allow you to change your actual NFT, but you'd obviously be able to like retake a picture and like use that as your PFP. It just wouldn't be the NFT itself.
Kind of like we added hoodies here to mine and Kuro and print, but like a quicker, easier way to do that with all your digital items.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
cool.
that means
Well, I wasn't
no more
expecting
sailor.
such a cool answer to that, but thank you, Andro. I was like,
No more Sailor Yugi.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I should take some seriousness to this.
No, we need this. We need the seriousness.
Yes, we do. We do.
We're always serious out here, Hondo. I don't know. What are you saying?
All the
You're
I
saying
just
that
want to
we're not
steal Baron's
serious?
3D glasses, man. That's what I want. I
Me
want
too,
Baron's 3D
man.
glasses.
I want to take them off, bro, so you can see the eyes underneath them.
Bro, those things are so big compared to his head, though. Look at those. Them
I think it's
outside.
so dope, bro. I think that's mad cute. He got the big ass glasses with the big ass teeth.
They're like the big red boots on my face.
Oh man, Baron.
Hey, I saw the big red boots. People were getting them and shipping them in.
They 3D printing them.
All right.
For real.
I can't believe this.
They 3D printing them big red boots.
Oh my god.
And they also selling them on the bootleg sites for $6.
$6
on the bootleg sites. That was too appropriate.
Oh my god. Ninja's got his hand up.
Ninja, what's crack a lacking?
Hey, what's good? What's good? What's good? I am doing this because Dre says I need to talk more about some of the things that I've done, and there was a really dope opportunity that came up today. So I had been trying to get into NFT LA to speak, and I really submitted too late, and the girl over it was just like, hey, everything is filled up, and she hit me up maybe a few days ago, and she was like, she knew I had a kids nonprofit, and was like, hey, there's this philanthropy event where we're going to be busing in kids from the hood, and we're going to be teaching them about so the nonprofit's called K Crypto, and it's basically teaching kids cryptocurrency and NFTs, starting with kindergarten through 12. It's a pretty dope program, and it was at this place in LA called the Beehive, which is like the main donor is Oprah Winfrey. It's this complex in the middle of the hood, like, and it's like gated, like you wouldn't see it because just the way it is, you wouldn't know it's there, and it's super dope. I mean, like state of the art computer labs, like 10 of them. I mean, there's just computer labs, with everything loaded on them, from Valorant to Photoshops to editing suites and studios. I mean, it's state of the art. If you just Google it, the Beehive LA, it's pretty epic. It's probably one of the most amazing recreation centers I've ever seen. And so we bust in, I don't know, maybe a couple hundred kids. And these were high schoolers. And so originally I was put on a panel to speak just about NFTs and my journey and whatever. Of course, I was going to mention Artifact. I was all Artifact out. I had my hoodie. I had my thing. And long story short, one of the speakers canceled for the breakout session where there was like a big main auditorium. And then we would break into smaller groups, like I would know, maybe like 40 to 50 kids. And they would like had them in the different computer labs, teaching them all sorts of top tier shit. It was really dope about crypto, and they had crypto gaming there. I mean, it was on par with the better education than I even see here in this space, what we were teaching these kids. And so I got asked about I don't know, just before lunch, they were like, hey, one of our speakers canceled. And so I was like, well, the only subject that I really feel the strongest on speaking on is going to be Bitcoin, NFTs, and Artifact. And I told them like flat out. And so during lunch, I prepared a presentation. I had my PFP. I pulled some logos. I pulled the Artifact hoodie. animation, which by the way is not working on Snapchat. It would not work for the life of me when I had those kids break out their phones with the Snapchat, but that's another story. And so I got an opportunity to teach about 50 kids. I have it on video. I'm going to post it on Twitter when I get a moment. I got to teach the kids about digital ownership. I explained to them the whole thing about Nike, and these are, black and brown kids from the hood, extremely smart, very, very smart kids. Explain to them. I started with Bitcoin. I wanted to make it really simple for them so they understood how it all started. So I went from Bitcoin to digital ownership to Nike and all that. And so what I did see is that these kids lit up. I mean, they lit up when I started, especially when I pulled up all the clones on OpenSea. I started explaining traits. I just started explaining it to them. And then I asked them, they were asking a lot of questions, and the game they wanted to play was guess the prices of the NFTs. And so we were going through different clones and guessing. So all this to say is that, like, there is definitely an audience and a younger viewership that is highly attracted to our clone PFPs, to Artifact, the whole story, being creators, and that I feel like, and I'm I'm really encouraging, like, if there is initiatives that we could have, where we could essentially, I know, I'm not sure Nike's purse, but I know for sure I'm not sure Artifact's purse, but I'm sure Nike has a purse, or somebody has a purse, to start educating these kids. Because what I saw today was these kids want to be educated. They would not stop asking me questions. We went over like 10 minutes, and they were like, okay, you got to end it. And even after that, the kids were coming up, asking me different questions, asking me how to do it, asking me how to buy an NFT, all this other stuff. So I just wanted to put that out there, that, like, regardless, I did see a lot of the fun. It was absolutely ridiculous. I'm like, oh my God, this is so fun. It was funny to me. I was just like, people are so bored. Anyways, but I just saw that there's a big opportunity to really educate our youth, and really help them to understand digital ownership, and especially because they all recognize Nike. Half of them were wearing Jordans or Air Force Ones or something like that. And I think that if Nike and Artifact is not already doing that, or they don't have an initiative, they really should think about that, because they have an audience right there. That's all I wanted to add.
That's dope. That's dope. I'm sorry I forgot all about that thing. I wanted to come with y'all, man. You and Miss Nifty. But that's super fire to hear about it, man. I saw a little bit of your stories, and it looks super exciting as well. But I
Yeah.
appreciate you sharing with us, man.
And also,
Awesome.
too,
Happy birthday.
oh, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say happy birthday. I think we need to get Anya up here to sing you happy birthday.
Oh man, no, you don't have to sing me happy birthday. I did want to say what was dope is and Dre, I'm gonna holler at you on the side about this, because I know I've been trying to get you to public speak. I mean, I'm not trying to get you. I'm trying to get opportunities for us to public speak, especially even together. Is that what it did? Is when they saw me with there was, because it was an NFT LA sponsored event, like NFT sponsored the event. It was part of the philanthropy arm, which is great. But the head dude of and I'm saying this directly for you, Hondro, and for you, Anya. I guess more so Hondro. The head dude of NFTLA, like, his name is Justin Krieger. Um, he basically was like, he wanted me. Now they were like, oh, we want you to speak at NFTLA. I'm like, hell fucking yeah. And then so he wanted to do a Zoom. So he Zoomed me afterwards. We were talking, and he said this to me. He said this to me, like, very directly. He was like, hey, I've been trying to get a hold on trying to get Artifact involved in some level. And I don't know the politics, and maybe Artifact doesn't want to do it, but he did tell me that very directly. He was like, hey, I've been wanting to get them involved, because I was all Artifact out. Like, they know I was repping Artifact pretty much. I was the Artifact brand sponsor ambassador there. But he basically said that he really wanted to get them some exposure and blah, 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 blah. So I'm just putting in the ear. I know it's kind of late, but there's definitely people at NFTLA that want to involve Artifact in some way. And I told them I didn't have any in to the founders. Besides a couple of them I've talked in the DMs, but nothing like I can just be like, hey, but I'm just putting it out there that like they definitely want Artifact more involved. And he said that. He's like, I really want them involved. So again, just putting it out there. I'm going to be speaking next week for 2 days on Tuesday and Wednesday. If you guys want to come out, actually, I'm going to be emceeing, not even speak. I'm going to be one of the MCs, and I will be Artifact out for sure. So just wanted to put that out there. I really appreciate you, Dre, for encouraging me, because you're the one who, as we all know, Dre is one of the top most best encouragers in this space. So I want to really thank you for encouraging me, Dre, not only just to do what we do, but just to also say like, hey, put it out there what you're doing, Ninja, because I do a lot of this stuff and I don't talk about it. Like I do a lot of this stuff. I don't do this like, oh, look at me. I just, Dre's the one again. Dre's the one who's like, yo, Ninja, you need to start talking about what you do. But I did want to say that like for those who or in the Artifact community or your own community, maybe it's not even Artifact, maybe it's some other, like there's lots of opportunities in Web3, as I'm continuing to find out. When you put yourself out there, all you gotta do is step out and they'll really show themselves to you, and just rep yourself, rep what you believe in, and just watch what happens, because that's what I did today, and it's been such an amazing day.
No, I appreciate that, man. Thank you for sharing that. I wouldn't even want to say this. You was in here earlier today when Handra was talking about a specific point about how the people create, how Toby went through 40 something different color swatches before he picked the color that he wanted to utilize on the CIRLs, and how it should be documented, the process that they do when they're creating these things, when they're being as artistic as they want to be with their own creations. And when he said that, I was like, yo, perfect person who can do that would be Ninja, to be able to document the process just so people can understand how deep it goes into creating and putting these pieces and these releases together. So we should reach out to Toby One Tooth and see what's crack-a-lacking and get something like that set up, man, because the people need to know these things. I think that will be the emotional attachment that adds to the product that's missing at this point right now, while people feel like they can FUD the way that they FUD because they don't necessarily have that emotional story to attach to. And honestly, that's the ethos that Nike is about. They create that emotional connection with their athletes that they have signed for people to pay and buy for their product. And that's how they become lifelong consumers. Not saying that's what we're looking to do, but that emotional state should be documented and it should be put out for people to see. That way, it seemed like there would be less less push to just sit up there and talk shit about somebody's project like that. So I think that's a good idea as well. Ninja, you'd be the perfect person to do that.
Yo, and that's what I'm passionate about. Like, that shit is so fucking dope to me. Like, real talk. Like, showing process, showing how things are created. Because I want to know. Like, I legit want to know. Like, it's not just like, oh, I just want to do it to be a production. Like, I want to know how it's done. Like, there's real interest in it. Another thing is, too, and I'm telling you, like, I definitely was scrolling a lot throughout the day every time I got a chance to kind of see what was going on. Is like, I can really understand sometimes now why Jasmine said at our thing. I know I keep saying this, but I'll just, I'm sure one person in the room maybe hasn't heard it. Like why Jasmine said it in the Dot Swoosh event on Melrose, while she said that like they're not really targeting Twitter, because I'm like, this FUD is absolutely ridiculous. Like what I personally saw through my perspective, and I read quite a bit throughout the day. Like every minute I was trying to look and see what was being said about these. And I'm like, people are so bored. Kuro said it, broke, and I'm not trying to be shady when I say that, like, oh, you're bored and broke, because I don't think I don't ever want to shame someone because they don't have money. But I would say that people are so thirsty for attention. Like the way I was really analyzing, like on a scientific fucking sociological, psychological level, like why are people saying this stuff? Like what is really, and I'm like, they're so thirsty for attention that they would take the time to like formulate these FUD tweets that like they were baseless. It was like, come on, everybody knows a digital render is going to be different from the real thing. Like, give me a break. You know what I mean? Like, come on. And it just was like, just baseless. And anyways, I what it told me today is that we need to expand outside of this space. Is like, it's just like, come on now, like Twitter, give me a break. Even clones, anyways, I don't want to go down the whole rabbit hole. I'm sure you guys have already talked about it enough. But my personal perception was, I just thought it was absolutely ridiculous. Like, there is actually real times to be like, have concern. I'm not saying that people shouldn't have concern, but I just felt like people are really bored and they have nothing else, and they don't, like you said, like they don't, like Dre, you're making like, if we're on the offensive, telling these stories, telling these really amazing things that are happening, like I feel like it is another way, to emotionally connect, where it's like it's not just about this PFP, it's not just about some drop or some clothing. Like there's like there's real story, and there's real substance, and real understanding behind process, like you were saying.
Had some real talk. I got back up on stage to say thanks, Ninja, because, dude, we all were feeling the same way. I know I was, man. I couldn't believe my eyes. I'm like, what is going on? And I feel better than I just knowing that I'm not alone. It's just like, these people are freaking crazy, man. And but I'm glad I've got some sanity here, and that's all I got. Thanks, Ninja, for coming up tonight.
Thank you, Compound and Dre and Anya and Rose and Hondro and you, Baron, and subscribe for having this. Like, this is my favorite space of all time, and I know like it's such a space where you can go and just be yourself. You can just express what's ever on your mind, even, and not like if you. I feel like everyone who comes in space, who comes earnestly, even if it's something we may not want to hear, or even if it can be perceived as fun, I feel like it's a place where you can be at least heard and accepted. You know what I mean? And I really enjoy it. Like, I always look forward to kind of having kind of a decompression time. Compound always says, "Oh, here comes Ninja with some random shit," or I don't know. But like, even being able to like share what I experienced today. Obviously, it pertained to Artifact, but it was like a really proud moment. Like, it was, I got to see 50 faces light up when I pulled up OpenSea and I started talking about the traits. Like, they were into it. You know what I'm saying? And I thought that was really cool. And it is really cool to see like other people, kids into what, and these were high school kids, so they were I think like 15 to 17. And I work with kids of all ages. I mostly work with fourth and fifth graders, which from my perspective and from a psychological perspective are the easiest, because they're just like giant sponges and they're open, they're malleable. But when you start getting into the 15 to 17-year-olds, like, those kids are real. Like, if they didn't like it, they are not going to act like they're into it. They are not going to fake it, and they were legit into it. And I was like, okay, there's something here, and I just feel like whether it's just being advocate, I think that there's something to that, not just Artifact, but just the whole entire space. What I realized today is, again, I've worked with these kids on different subjects, and they are into it. And I think that we should definitely, if you have any opportunity, whether it's individually or on a broader scale, to educate kids of any age. But I think the teens is a really good age. I think that they were into it, and I was actually really pleasantly surprised how much these kids were really into it, And again, I work with kids, and there's plenty of times when they're just not into it, and you can't force them to like something; they're just not going to like it.
What did they say about the kicks? Did you show them the Nikes?
Oh no, they thought they were dope. They wanted them. They were. I mean, the girls, the boys, they were all into it. I mostly talked about the NFTs and the forgeability. They really wanted to know how to buy one. One of the girls was like, when I told her, that, she was like, well, how much is it? And I was showing them ETH, and I was pretty transparent. I had one of my wallets open. I mean, obviously I didn't put in my password, but they could see my wallet. They could see what I have. They could see my ETH. They could see it all. And she was like, $6,000. That's kind of like, that was, I think, the floor price of a clone right now. She's like, that's a lot of money. And I was like, well, what if I had told you that, last year this thing, you could have sold it for $50,000, and the kid's eyes lit up, like, oh wow. And then we talked about Princeton, like I didn't teach him how to trade, but the kids are smart. I was like I didn't have to tell them to buy low to sell high. I basically led them to that. I'm like, how, trading. We covered a variety. I mean, I had 40 minutes with them, which is a lot of time. I don't honestly normally speak that long solely to kids, especially not that age. And like, I remember getting about 20 minutes through it, like, whew, this is a lot. Because, you got to keep, keeping 50, or however many kids, maybe it was like 45, something like that, entertained, for that amount of time. It's a lot. And I looked at my watch. I'm like, oh, we're only 20 minutes in. I might have to keep this going for another 20 minutes. But it really, once that first 20 minutes got by, I kind of got in my groove. It really went easy. But they loved it. They loved all of it. Definitely made Artifact the center of my talk. I only had lunch to prepare. So I knew that was something I could speak strongly on. I knew it was something visually I could really get the kids. Like, I was able to hook up my computer, my MacBook to the screens and stuff. So it was a really great experience. I really encourage other people. It's what I've been doing for years, but I really encourage other people, even if it's your own children, that you can just start there. To really, don't be afraid to educate the children, because they are the ones that are going to be using this technology, like the internet, when the internet was new to us.
I feel like people they pick it up, like we picked it up pretty quickly, like we saw it and we instantly understood it. But yeah, kids, I feel like they're more open. A lot of adults, they learn things, and it's harder for them to unlearn things. But these kids, they're very open. They haven't learned much, and it's easier for them to pick up. Whereas, when I got into this, I instantly understood, when I saw like a couple ads up, and I'm like, okay, this makes sense. And then you start to talk with all these people. I feel like, going mainstream is a little bit easier for the kids to understand. Like, it really is the kids that is gonna pick it up a lot quicker.
When we talk about like onboarding the masses, it's not the generation before us, and it's maybe not even our generation. It's that generation, Ninja. Like the generation before us, they are in this space, like some of them, but a lot of them don't understand, and they won't understand. And our generation, there's a lot that don't understand and refuse to understand, and actually very much dislike crypto and this space. But the younger generation is who I believe that we're all building for. Like, everything we're doing here is for that younger generation, and kind of like paving
That's
the way for
exactly what
them to come
it
through. And yeah, but I think people, like, there's a misconception that we need to go convince the older generation that this is right. And there's no reason to, like, there's no reason to convince them of anything. It's the younger generation, like Ninja's doing the outreach, and teaching and educating about this space is huge, right? Because the kids get it, they understand. I don't want to. Our boy CryptoBite comes in here all the time, and he's talking about these kids are already trading collectibles in Roblox, and they're already building out 3D assets, and wearing them in a metaverse type thing like Roblox. Like, the kids understand, they know this stuff. So shout out to you, Ninja, for stepping outside your comfort zone and going and doing that. And then thank you for telling us about it too. I think is 100% important. And I'm proud of you, bro. Glad you did that.
For sure, man. Keep me updated on what days you speaking. I know you said Tuesday and Wednesday. Where you at? I'm gonna definitely come out and support.
No, thank you. I mean, we're a community. I can honestly say every single person on this stage and in the audience, there's a lot of people. Y'all truly inspire me, and I mean that when I say that. So thank you. I appreciate the love. I appreciate the support. I'm throwing like all these fucking flowers at Dre, but like, Dre's been somebody who has definitely pushed me out of my comfort zone a couple of times and be like, Ninja, da, 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 da. like like just that voice that is like, and I mean, I do a lot of this stuff already, but sometimes you need that extra push in one direction or the other. So again, I appreciate you, Dre. I appreciate you, Compound. I appreciate everyone. Thank you.
Love, bro. You already know what it is, man.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Ninja, because I think it's such a dope point to like bring up that like we don't necessarily think about in this space as like the next generation and like how kids these days, like, they're growing up in this digital world and they can identify with something that's 3D. Like it's super easy to describe it to them and they can get it. Like, whereas, my generation, it's like I grew up on everything from floppy disks all the way up to the fucking PS5s we have now. So it's like I've been through it all really when it comes to technology, it feels. And so it's dope to think about that next generation and like what makes sense to them. And because the real world is getting kind of shit, and so like that digital world is an escape for so many people. And so like it's cool to get like those perspectives of that generation and like what they want to see coming out for their future, and like how do we build towards that as well to help support them.
Yeah, I 100% agree with what you're saying, Handra, and yeah, both what you and Compound with what you're saying are exactly on point. And it was so evident when it was in front of my face today. It was so clear, exactly what you two said.
All right. On that note, I gotta actually get to sleep so I can get back to work early in the morning building things for you guys. But thanks for having me up. It was so much fun. Again, I love everything you guys are doing on Bad Takes. It's super dope, and I love you all.
Thanks,
Appreciate you
Andra.
joining us,
We
man. Tell
Appreciate you, Andra.
tell Toby
I'm
one
game.
tooth. We can get together. We can be two teeth.
3T
All right. All right.
for the alpha before Ninja got here.
Two teeth. Two teeth.
Yeah, we got all the alpha before Ninja showed up, so
It's
good
crazy.
thing
Great.
good thing this ain't recorded.
Joe, give me the TLDR. Damn, I always be missing all the good alpha. Y'all be, man. What's the? Just give me like a. There's got to be someone new in the room that wants to hear it again.
Yeah,
Oh wow.
so basically we learned today that people in the Web3 space can't read other than clones. And they don't know how to do math either, especially like, there's some board apes with clones, they know how to do math. They also read. I don't know how they got stuck with double ape, but stranger things have happened.
What was there really two teeth alpha or something? What's this two teeth y'all talking about?
We can't
Two
tell him.
teeth.
We can't tell him, Andra.
Okay.
I mean,
We're
it's so
about
much
to
that
have
happened.
two teeth.
Two teeth. No, what were we talking about? It was so much that happened, man. It's hard to even break it down. Basically, I shot my shot at working with them doing some type of sneaker streetwear team type thing, and he told me to speak to Toby, and I said, "Well, tell Toby one tooth we can come together and be two teeth." So that's the TDLR, basically. Same old shit that happens all the time. I come in here talking about the formula for success when it comes to sneakers and streetwear and the awareness and hype and FOMO and all of the above. And we just went to that whole spiel because we was talking about the FOMO and how Toby is the artist of the sneakers and the artist of the merchandise, and him doing these things can possibly negatively affect him because as an artist, you know how it is when people come at your art and you're sensitive about it and just those type of things, man. Those type of things. So that's pretty much it for real.
Love that documenting idea that he was throwing out there. It just it hits so many things. I mean, it provides content. It provides communication. It fills gaps. I mean, just dude, it'd probably be very easy to do.
It's a no-brainer, man. And we got the people in the community to do it. And we have the people who are passionate about the community to want to do it. That's what I was saying. When he brought that up earlier, I was like, yo, Ninja, you'll be perfect for that. And then you dipped out immediately when we started getting into it. But I'm glad you came back because we definitely gonna reach out and see what we can put together because it just makes sense to me. They need to know about this stuff.
Like, do you see it like you know how I don't know why this is coming to mind, but like Anheuser-Busch is in town. It's like people come to St. Louis, they tour the brewery, and they make this like big deal about how they make fucking beer compared to everybody else, and why it's so special, and all that stuff. And is that how you see like something like this rolling out? Not to get too in the weeds on it, but like just as a concept.
100%, man. Every story deserves to be told, especially stories that include such epic creations and communities like this, man. Like people, the awareness has to be there, and we're missing it at this point. So if we could document it and then give it to people in content forms where they can appreciate it, I think it'd change the whole vibe of how we are perceived as a community and the things that are done here as a community as well. So it just makes perfect. People go on a tour to get beer tours to fall in love with beer. Like, come on, man.
Right? Like it stinks in here. That's all I know.
What's up, Rose? Amazing job with the pod and the security class. 20 plus
thank
people
you.
in your pod learning security. Like, we appreciate you.
Yeah, I was so stressed out and busy trying to get my IRL like sorted so I can facilitate that I missed all the drama on the timeline. And part of it is also I think I mentioned yesterday I missed out on the free T-shirt too, but I bought it right after I missed the window. But I didn't buy anything from season one, and partly just sizing. Like I'm pretty petite, so just some of that stuff. I'm like, I don't know if it'll work. So what was shared for me was almost like a non-issue because, like you all had mentioned, I mean, if I don't own it, I don't really have an opinion. Like it's cool that they shared the announcement. I'm so happy, but I don't understand the people that don't own it and then have like such a strong opinion around it. I think that for me is just a little bizarre. It's like I'll care about it if I own it, but honestly, I was thankful that I think a little too swamped this evening. But the mention of the beer tours, I feel like that is brilliant in so many ways because it showcases the craft, right? So there's the art and the production side of it, but when you're able to articulate the craft and the process and the behind the scenes, that's all super compelling because they are experts in what they do. They're brilliant at it, and I think to shine a light on some of that brilliance is what will get people excited by it. Or no doubt, people will just be intrigued, excited, and Dre's formula around awareness, hype, and then FOMO and all that. I mean, that just is a perfect match. So when I heard you speak about that, guys, I thought, like, yeah, that's it. That's like the secret ticket, and it's content because when you share anything, that's just content that people can surround and react to. And with that, there's just so much more, I would say, meaty content and perspectives that I think as a community, like we'll clamor around it versus, announcing season one is going to ship soon. That's great. And they clamor around it to an effect that I think was a little unhealthy. But I get it. If you invested hundreds of dollars into clothes because you looked at the lookbook and purchased based off of that, and now it might look different from what you expected, I can understand why people are upset. But I would also say, unless you own it, I don't know, maybe temper it back a little bit. But teach their own. I was just really excited to be in the loot pod today doing the class, and I don't know if Prez is here or if he's still streaming. But oh my gosh, so much props to Prez and Jerry. The technical aspects of it was going to be lost on me, but he pieced it together. He literally had to piece it together right after the class because we did audio separate from the video capture. Um, he had to piece it together to produce a whole recording that's available now that we can potentially leverage. But that was just another layer of work that he had volunteered to do. So I wanted to make sure at least I came to give him his flowers and just show appreciation for Jerry too, because Jerry made this happen and I was glad to be part of it.
So
No, see,
this
it's beautiful.
This is the thing that I love. There's so much attention gets given to the people that are loudest negatively on the timeline, but we have people like Rose and Prez and Jerry who took time out of their schedules to build out a whole experience, a security experience in a loop pod that was streamed live with another team, Boring Security, for the community, right? That is where like I want my attention to go, right? So that's where that's who I want to build with. I don't want to give attention to these people that are out here just fudding and complaining negatively. Like let's take the critical feedback and work with the good feedback, right? But where I see value in our community are the people like Rose, the people like Jerry, the people like Prez that are out here doing everything in their power to make positive experiences for the rest of the community members. And thank you guys so much, Rose, Prez, Jerry, everybody that was involved in setting that up.
And I'm
That's where my attention wanted to go today, right? That's what I was looking forward to today. Like the timeline and everything negative, I didn't care about. I wasn't giving them my attention, right? So thank you guys.
and I was gonna say I'm also kind of, trying to be sly as a marketer, but Loot Pod. I put artifact items in there to showcase because they look so dope, but obviously it's also an item that's for sale. Also showcase some art from folks here. So Vaughn, I have his one of his edition pieces up there. Columbo's pieces in there. Shekinah's comic cover is in there. And so, I think to use this space multiple times, I actually cloned out the space that I built so that Boring Security has now their own version, and I gave them admin rights to it so they can do whatever they want with that pod now, right? I already stood it up. It's pretty much furnished. They can put in videos. Our art and stuff is there, but they can take it down. But yeah, just another way to showcase like the utility of our pods too. And actually, Boring Security, for Anya's listening, they had mentioned that they would love to do like clips of the class because it's showcased in the pod with all of us, and then to do clips and perhaps find some alignment with the artifact team just to be able to share and showcase that because they're really interested in making sure that like Boring Security plus artifact perhaps can just promote it. I think more security across the board is needed. And this class was great, but we didn't fill all 50 seats. But they have classes all the time. And we now have a permanent classroom of the artifact version that I originally built available if we ever want to rerun it as well.
No, you made some great points, even more so about the emotional attachment in the content, right? Because so many people out here don't necessarily understand what we do as a community, and being able to create that content or give them that background, that diving into the background view of it all would only clarify the questions that so many people have when it comes to us as a community and the project that Artifact is doing. So it just makes perfect sense to me to execute on that level, just to be able to put that out there. You don't have to give all the secret sauce, but just let them know the guidelines, let them know the track, let them know the streets we walking in. Like it'll just give them more understanding to be like, oh, okay, this is why they do it. This makes sense to me. I want to be a part of that. Or that shit is stupid. Stay away from me. Whatever. But just gives more clarification on it altogether. I had another point too. My phone is about to die, so I'm trying to beat the case. Oh, make sure everyone, if you're in LA for NFT LA, make sure you open on March 24th, Friday, March 24th, because we're doing an event, and it's an evening event from 6 to midnight. So I'm gonna give more information about it as probably by the end of this week, but I'm gonna keep talking about it. March 24th, February, March 24th. I keep saying February. Friday, March 24th, 6 to 12.
If we get a post or when the post goes out, let us know, Dre, and we will pump it and shill it all over the place to the people that need to be there.
No, for sure. We definitely gonna have it because it got your male, not female clone on there, looking delectable. So not knowing if I should be happy about it or not, like it's kind of weird. But nevertheless, you're there as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna be there. I don't care what format my clone is in, as long as he or she's looking thick, we'll be all right.
I don't get it, bro. You got like the tech vest and the scouter, but it's like a halter top. Like, what?
Bro, Igori did me dirty, bro. He did me so dirty. And he was dead serious. Like, I just don't know if it was a male or female. I'm like, you look at the clone and it's wearing a scouter and a tack vest, and you're like, yeah, female for sure. 100%. But
oh, it's 2023, man. And plus we grew up on G.I. Jane. Like, who knows, bro? Who knows?
I mean, who knows? Who knows? Hey, I appreciate everybody coming out tonight and sharing their thoughts. I think this is one of the best chats we've had in a while, y'all. If I learned anything tonight, this is my takeaway. Whatever makes you uncomfortable is your biggest opportunity for growth. Bryant H. McKill. And from what Ninja said, he stepped out of his comfort zone with Dre pushing him. Dre actually pushes me out of my comfort zone a lot too. Hosting spaces and getting up here and talking months ago was like one of my biggest fears, right? But when I reached out to Dre, he said, let's run it. Let's do it. And I'll be there to help you out. So if anything, if you take anything from tonight, step outside of your comfort zone, try something you're not comfortable with, because that's your biggest opportunity for growth. And with that, Dre, you got any last words?
Rug this bitch.